After just over 2.5 hours of play, the first game in the finals of the Belgrade Grand Prix ended in a draw. Dmitry Andreikin and Richard Rapport played a long game, but it ended the way it did. Dmitry, let's start with you. It seemed that, from the comments I heard from the outside, it seemed that you played for a very solid, drawish line.
No, yes, first of all, Petrov defense was a surprise for me. And another case that I don't have a fighting feeling today after my night. But okay, I prefer a quiet line, and really it is absolutely drawish position. Maybe white is slightly better, but black can play many lines. But Richard preferred bishop b5. For me, it's absolutely strange move. Main line king f8 and not king f8, rook e8 maybe. Or king f8, I don't remember, but okay. Many games I played this line against Maxim Matlakov for white, and for example, so Wesley against Magnus Carlsen, it is normal position. But after bishop e5, white have some chances. I don't know how. Okay, rook b7 is logical, and here after bishop c2 maybe white can play h4 or h3. So I saw it, but after rook c8 I'm not sure about evolution here, because I will take on e7, king f8, and black king go to d6. Who knows, maybe it's more playable than we have in the game, but in the game, I start to think a lot of time, spend many time, and make h3 very stupid move.
You spent nearly 30 minutes thinking that.
Yeah. But I didn't see how else, because f3 looks more logical. But after bishop d3, take, I will take a pawn. And it's position what we have in the game, but will extra pawn for white, clearly extra pawn, but it's also draw. That's a problem. So okay.
It was a fair outcome, so to say.
Okay. No, it's a little bit strange draw, but chess is really drawish game, yes.
Right.
But can play anywhere.
Richard, from your perspective, were you surprised by the approach Dmitry had to the game?
Yeah, a little bit actually, because okay, I figured if he goes for this line, it kind of means he wants to have a peaceful game. And then I wasn't, I mean, probably I wasn't prepared that well to finish the game. I don't know, in 30 minutes, I think, which is pretty much, if you know what you're doing, this black should be the outcome. So yeah, I went for, I mean, I think I didn't play so precise, but on the other hand, I didn't feel like I was ever in danger of, you know, being really close to losing, rather than just having to defend an unpleasant endgame with pawn down, which is of course theoretically drawn, and I didn't feel like it would be too unpleasant to do so. But yeah, in the game I got even away with that. So at the end, I didn't even have to have this rook endgame for against 3. So yeah. Yeah, it's a solid game. I mean, I was black, so I didn't think to, you know, to change the rules of chess and to play for a win with black. So I was like, okay, if he wants to play so solid, I mean, what can I do?
It works for you. Yeah. Dmitry, how will your approach change for tomorrow? Obviously, you'll be with black pieces.
Absolutely normal. Yes, I will fight. I will play for pleasure. I said every press conference. Yeah.
Well, just to confirm, at the beginning you said you had a tiring night. Obviously, you didn't sleep well last night because you had to pick up your family.
Yes, yeah, you know this history. Yes,
because yes, but just to be clear for the audience, that
okay, my family go to Moscow Belgrade flight, and it's, how to say, it's big unlucky because we have 4 or 5 flights every day, and every day it's always okay, but in our flight, just in our flight, has delayed it 8 hours, and
And then you
I
had to
saw
pick
it
them up early.
and go to meet my family to deep night. So it was not quite night.
Well, we hope you rest well tonight, both of you, and there's an exciting game tomorrow. Thank you both so much, and good luck. And this is it for our show for today. Thank you for watching us, and have a good evening.
So hi everyone, and welcome to the second day of the final of the second leg here in Belgrade. Yesterday we had pretty quiet game, as you already know, and yeah, we thought it might even finish faster, but still, it turned out that it wasn't so short, but still it was a draw. And yeah, today we have same players, just colors reversed. So Richard Rapport will have white pieces, and Andrejk and Dmitry will be black. And I think they already actually started the game.
Yeah, they've started the game. D4 played by Rapport. Andrejk, I think he was at the board. He is at the board, but he's thinking on move 1.
Right.
Somewhat surprisingly, D1, D4 is not a big surprise from Rapport, as we discussed.
Yeah.
I had a chance to talk a little about yesterday's game with Richard Rapport after the press conference, and he said basically he didn't understand it himself, why Andrejk was playing this. Like the last 15 moves were a little bit strange.
Yeah. And actually, I also checked after the game. You remember we said that there was a similar game already played.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was in Berlin, but I checked, and in Tata still, Karyakin won a very nice game against Widit. I don't know if you remember. And it was the same line. And so
it was the same line.
It was the same line, and even Bishop F3 was played, and King F8 was played in Widit, Karyakin versus Widit, and Bishop F5 was perhaps surprise for Andrejk.
So it was... Yes, I mixed things up, right? So there was Vidit Karyakin.
Right.
I remember, I remember some patterns, like with it went bishop a6 and
yes,
some point,
exactly. And rook was on the third rank. Yeah.
Yeah, like ran into some rook on a file pin and so on.
Yeah.
And Andreikin, yeah, true to his, kind of sticks to his guns. That's what he has done in one of the games. I don't remember, I think in the group stage.
Yeah.
So that's, what was it called? Janovsky defense, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I also think so. It was against Shankland, I think,
Yeah.
also.
CD5, ED5 will be played, and then white has a bit of a choice.
Yeah. Can go bishop f4.
Yeah, can go bishop f4, opting to, you know, postpone this knight's development and maybe later on put it on e2, or you can switch to normal play with knight f3 and then black goes knight f6, bishop g5,
yeah.
bishop e6, and that's what we've seen.
All right.
That's what we've seen in Shankland versus Andreikin game.
Strange he's taking the time, since
Yeah.
I don't really understand, but okay, d5 will be played for sure.
Right, so this line does not promise us kind of an early struggle, so I think it will be some positional game.
Yeah.
And yeah, maybe both players, I can say, will be happy with this. Like, yeah, it's Rapport we are talking about, so we know he can be very aggressive with white and so on. But it's game 2, you know, you don't want to overpush. So ideal case scenario is if you're slightly better with no risk.
Yeah.
That's one of the lines that apparently gives white this chance.
Of course.
And for Andreikin, yeah, he seems to be not the guy who's willing to take a lot of responsibility in the opening. So instead of like going for something sharp, with a chance to fully equalize, he prefers something of this nature.
Yeah.
So get a solid, flexible position, then play it later on.
Right.
Yeah, like the absence of ED5 on the board.
Oh no, actually he was not on the board.
So,
yes,
so he just seated back. Yeah.
Okay, d5 played. Yeah, so now as we said, white can probably wait for black knight to come to f6 in order to put bishop on g5. I guess that's the option. Because I don't often see knight coming to e2 in these lines. For some reason.
And yeah, and the thing is, like, if you go bishop f4, black can play c6, and after, say, e3, go bishop d6. I think, yeah, exchanging those bishops, and if we to compare this line to bishop e7, takes, bishop f4, then among other things, you can also do this and this. So it'd be exactly the position from the game with the absence of black's a7, a6.
Right.
And it's not necessarily hurts black having a7, a6 played.
Right.
A3. White plays a3, stopping bishop b4, waiting for black to kind of clarify his intentions.
But was black intending to go bishop b4?
I wonder if it's a new move. Because my reaction would be an immediate c5. I would like to play like c5, knight c6, and so on. And if white takes, I'm guessing d4 might be the follow-up. Okay, it's a little bit sharp, especially since the pawn went to a6, right? Because knight a4, and we are talking gambit, right? So with pawn on a7, the knight on a4 is misplaced. Like this, it's heading towards b6.
Right.
Also, the fact that kind of a3 is played doesn't give black this option, right?
Yeah.
So takes, check would be with pawn on a2, pawn on a7 would be a possible follow-up. Here, it's just b4. But yeah, but c5, at least I would consider in order to, you know, to prove that black is completely fine, right?
Yeah.
If not, yeah, there is nothing wrong with developing the knight or going going c6.
Maybe even h6 and then knight f6 if he wants to
h6,
stop
knight
bishop
a6.
g5.
Yeah, the funny thing with this h6 move, if I may, yeah, knight f3, knight f6, knight c3. You have a lot of moves here, right? You have bishop b4, which is the Rogozin. You have bishop e7, which is kind of quote-unquote normal queen's gambit. c6 transposes to semi-Slav. c5 transposes to God knows what's the name. What's the name of it? Yeah, I mean it's semi-Tarrasch, right? If you take with the knight,
yeah.
Or you can might as well take with the pawn and play the normal Tarrasch. You can do Andreikin thing with a6, but funny enough, h7, h6 is also a move. And when I was told about it, I was like, this cannot be right. But then Fedoseev played it quite a few times, and some other people, so strangely, h6 is a legit try. So might as well be a move here. h6, stop bishop g5, then go knight f6, bishop d6, and so on.
Yeah, but it's a new move for sure.
a3?
For Andreikin,
right.
I mean, I haven't seen it, so.
A bit of a surprise, yeah.
Bishop e7 is also maybe possible, but then, yeah, bishop wants, I mean, black
Yeah,
can
you
try to
probably
stay flexible, yeah.
want to go bishop d6,
Bishop
it
d6,
seems, right. What else? Like bishop e6, strangely. And then after bishop f4 to play bishop d6,
after queen b3?
After queen b3, that'd be questions. I mean, here I think I can go knight c6 still, right? Because queen b7, knight a5 traps the queen.
Also d4 is hanging, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, but this traps the queen.
Yeah, so the thing with queen b3 is that without a3, right? Let me see. Like this, knight f3, knight f6, bishop g5, bishop e6, and here queen b3 is actually much more challenging, because if you go knight c6, you have to face bishop takes f6. And then if queen takes, yeah, then queen b7, both the rook and the knight hang in, so you'll have to take with the pawn.
Right.
Not necessarily terrible, but yeah, but the structure is
seems very ugly. Yeah.
So here, since white wastes tempo on a3, I believe you can do a lot of things.
Yeah, that's why I think h6 makes kind of sense, because a3 is also not, it doesn't seem like a very useful move. Also, like, black was not really planning to play bishop b4. That's what's a bit confusing. At least in these systems, they don't really go bishop b4.
Yeah, I think it's sort of semi-waiting move to see where black goes, and then, let's say, the most primitive, knight f6, then you probably do this, and e3 and bishop d3 and knight e2. That would be my speculation, so that white wants this setup, because otherwise it's very hard to justify why exactly a3, right? b4 doesn't seem to be a great idea, at least
not for the moment.
Not for next like 5 moves or so. So genuinely puzzled, same as Dmitry Andreikin. Kind of recalling yesterday's game, it wasn't much of a game we thought, but it turns out, he just repeated Karyakin's try against Vidit. It worked for Karyakin.
Yeah. Actually, now I remember, if we recall also a game between Rapport and Vidit in the group stage, like it can come to very similar position now what we have on the board. If Rapport goes e3, queen c2, bishop d3, knight g2. Yeah, so maybe, I don't think he's heading for that, but might have something to do with that.
So it was some Nimzo, and
Nimzo,
later
yeah.
on the bishop from b4 returned to
yes,
f8.
yes, exactly.
Might even be, strangely enough, might even be that white doesn't lose any tempi because bishop went to b4 in that game. Then black castled,
right.
wait rook e8, and went bishop to f8 in one go.
Yeah.
So basically, black kind of wasted two tempi like this. And here he will have to waste this two tempi if he is going for the same setup like this, perhaps.
Right.
Bishop e7, castles, rook e8, and then once again return to f8. So yeah, it's a bit of speculation, but
yes,
might as well be. But still, I'm very tempted to go c5, to be honest.
And takes, what did we say?
Takes, yes, at d4, but now that I'm looking at it, d4 is not the only move. Even like bishop takes c5 might be considered. And then the thing is, if you take d5 with the queen, starts to resemble those gambits that Grishuk used to play and so on. I mean, I'm not sure if it's entirely correct, but say queen e7, and then, I mean, there is no direct compensation of some sort, but just you have free development, knight f6, castles, put pieces in the center, and yeah, sometimes it's just enough. If knight takes, who knows, maybe once again, oops. Knight takes, you go say knight f6, knight takes, queen takes. Once again, this is targeted. If you go e3, I mean, you can see some compensation for black, right? So knight develops easily, bishop develops easily, rook comes to d8.
Yeah.
So some play at least.
Yeah, this is actually interesting. I like it.
Yeah, so I mean, why I value c5 so much is that if you don't react, or let's say you react with knight f3, black goes knight c6, we are getting some sort of Tarrasch defense position, right?
Yeah.
And in Tarrasch you play g3 later on, right? g3, bishop g2, and so on. And the inclusion of a6, a3, I believe favors black, because eventually black captures on c5 and can hide the bishop on a7. How useful a3 for white is not clear, because white isn't playing b4 recently in Tarrasch, right? They developed this bishop to g5 or e3, something like that.
But actually here, maybe now white can take on
maybe
c5.
Now you take.
Because
yeah,
I will have
maybe
some
now
bishop
you take.
g5.
So now if bishop takes, it's
queen d5.
Queen takes, yeah, and it's a little bit different, right? Because if I play this, bishop g5 will happen. Queen b6, attacking f2, and then you have knight e4. Yeah.
So it's a bit risky
This
to go for this.
doesn't work, it doesn't work for black, it seems. Okay, Andrei can spend almost 10 minutes already. As I was saying yesterday, final games, when you have one game only, is not that easy to comment on until they get to this kind of sharp moment or strategically complex moment that you can speculate, right, from the position on the board. But here, it's a little bit tricky, really. What would you discuss, right?
Yeah, because black has so many options.
Yeah, after a3, it feels like any sane move that develops something has to be considered, right? Bishop e6, knight f6, bishop e7, even c7, c6.
Yeah. No, exactly after c6, I thought that Rapport actually might even go for this, what he had against FIDE, because it will be a very similar position.
But how exactly do you do it?
c6, and now let's say knight, queen c2, let's say.
Queen c2 to stop bishop f5, bishop f5 maybe, right? Yeah, it's a little bit challenging because I was thinking bishop d6, say knight f3, no, and then e3 is what you
looks
do.
very weird, yeah.
Knight e7 to develop to f5, and you are just on time with bishop d3. And who knows, I mean, those positions, once again, I mean, you have some sort of patterns from the Cosbot structure, right? But the position is not exactly Cosbot. I mean, there are some differences, bishops on c1 and so on, and it might be crucial, in fact.
Okay, so h6.
Yeah, why not? Why don't we play five pawn moves in a row? Speaking of pawn moves,
Actually, it is 5 pawn moves for real. Yeah.
That's not the longest, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Was it e4 in Andreikin's game yesterday? Yeah, was. I just want to show the line that I know where white plays pawn moves for quite a while. So it's this, bishop f5, and then you go g4. Or, hang on a second, maybe h4 first. Yeah, h4 first, black goes h6, kindly. Because, yeah, the bishop is in a little bit of danger, and h5 has, I believe it's a stronger move, or kind of more solid move, but it has his downsides. So h6, g4, and then apparently bishop h7 is playable, or bishop e4, f3, bishop h7, but quite often people would just go here, hide the bishop. And then you'd go this, and you'd go this, and this, and this.
Yeah.
And it's what, move 9?
9.
Move 9.
Yeah, strange.
With black, and hang on. And it's not the end, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, you'll have to throw in one knight move. But then you would also play b3,
b3 yeah.
Somehow b3, not b4, and then to have bishop b2 and so on. But yeah, sometimes these things happen. Okay. Raput. You know what? I thought, once again, I don't know how relevant this one is for the position, but one of the things to consider, since you've played a3, there is no bishop b4, maybe you go 2 squares up.
e4.
2 squares up, yeah. Because those are tricky isolated pawn positions. These are much more common with pawn on the e file, right? These are tricky sometimes. Once again, if white manages to develop everything, he might be having some serious pressure. But then once again, h6 is probably beneficial because you can go bishop f6 and
there's
knight
no bishop
f6.
G5.
There is no bishop g5.
Yeah.
Bishop f4 played. So now black can play 6 move with the pawn, which is c7, c6, preparing for bishop d6.
Yeah, probably just knight f6. We don't want because we want to have a chance of going knight e7, right?
Yeah, no, I mean, knight f6. I think it's a perfectly fine move. Perfectly fine move, and then after e3 you go
bishop
there,
d6.
right?
And this is always a question how white reacts to this. Do you leave the bishop? Do you take? Do you go back to g3?
You can go to g3.
Yeah.
I mean, main options, right? I mean, takes the obvious, go to g3, or don't react at all.
Yeah.
Play, I don't know, bishop d3. Bishop d3. If he takes, you just take back, and then try to use the e5 square for the knight.
Also, you pointed out that h6 here is not useful
yeah, it's
because
not
f6
ideal.
will be more difficult to play.
It's not ideal,
Yeah.
exactly. So how is that? Knight f6, e3, bishop d6, and let's say here, here, here. Play a few more moves. Knight f3. Let's agree black will not play bishop g4 but do something else, like give a check, knight e5. Yeah, and the key is that since you've played h6, right, getting f7, f6 will be much harder because all the squares are weak.
Yeah. Yeah, he did play knight f6.
Yeah, I think players should speed up a little at that moment because, yeah, position is getting somewhat more normal, if you like. Yeah, inclusion of a3, a6 and h7, h6 is somewhat confusing, but still. So e3, and I guess, yeah, I guess you play bishop d6.
I mean, there is a chance to play c5 actually as well. Now it's
Yeah, you can play c5, that's right. Say knight goes, knight goes. It's actually weird, right? Because taking on c5 and let black take from f8 feels a little bit wrong unless you win something or get some advantage immediately, right?
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure at all. c5 is a legit alternative, right?
Also, a6 is actually useful after c5. Let's say white doesn't take. Black can also go c4 at some point, and then b5 is also coming with one.
Yeah, like especially if you play under the tempo, right? And then black goes here and goes here. And he already well expanded on the queen side. And those tend to be very unbalanced positions, in fact, right?
Yeah.
So white then probably goes knight f3, wants to put it on e5, and so on.
Yeah, but bishop d6 seems to be the most solid.
Yeah, well, once again, that's how they play the cards, but just go bishop d6 and claim that pretty much any bishop's exchange is in black's favor. Here there might be a little, a little drawback of h7, h6 being played too early, because after, say, this trade, bishop d3, and imagine the pawns on h7, black would have, as an idea, this and then bishop g6 with the pawn on h7 to swap another pair of bishops.
Yeah.
Here it doesn't make all that much sense because bishop g6 is not possible.
Is it ever possible to play like bishop d6, bishop take on d6, queen d6 and f4? Is it ever possible to play like that?
Oops. f4.
Maybe it's too early.
It feels like, it's got to be the knight on e5 which you support with a 4, right? And not other way around, because now it's like the commitment to a structure done too early, and then say black castles, and then you have to, like after knight f3, bishop g4 seems very strong. And I'll just exchange and put the rook on e8, apply pressure on e3, right?
Yeah.
So it means like you've played f4, which looks a bit artificial, and then after castle you realize, okay, I don't want to play knight f3, so I'll have to play another artificial move and that another, and it turns to snowball, right?
Yeah.
So I would still argue that, we start with knight f3. If we get the chance to put the knight on, like imagine knight f3 and black,
doesn't
I
go
don't
bishop
know,
g4,
even rook e8, knight e5.
Yeah.
That is already kind of an interesting development of events, because now once again to organize f6 won't be that easy, right? I don't know what, knight fd7, you go to here, right? f6, you go queen h5. Here I can imagine white being in a very good shape.
Yeah.
Okay, still thinking. So candidate moves, c5, bishop d6.
That's it.
Who knows?
Honestly.
Bishop e7, intending to play knight h5 whenever you move the knight. That's also kind of an idea.
Right, but bishop d3 then.
Yeah, so I mean, bishop e7 is kind of a claim that you'll run out of useful moves, you'll have to move the knight, and I'll play knight h5 anyway, right? So, say castles, and you can postpone it once again, go queen c, oh, queen c2,
it's already running
already
into,
have, yeah, already have knight h5, which isn't the end of the,
of course,
the end of the game. You can put the bishop on e5 trying to provoke f6, you can immediately go to g3.
G3, yeah. Or knight g2 even.
Yeah. Some people like Mamedyarov would say, I'm fine going knight f3, taking with the pawn, and that almost transposes to Mamedyarov MVL.
MVL, yeah. Right.
If not directly transposes. Because MVL did have the bishop, right, the dark square bishop.
Honestly, I can't remember the opening. I mean, of course, it was on Gambit, but I can't remember the exact move order. Was it this a6 as well?
This I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that the bishop on f4 was exchanged, and it was exchanged for the knight, because at some point we were talking the opposite colored bishops, black having the dark square bishop. It might have been completely different,
or the
completely different opening. Yeah, I mean, could be the same, but
yeah,
might have been completely different opening. Okay, so the tournament situation. I would argue that Rapport has kind of more motivation to win, or rather, for him, it's crucial to win, which immediately makes him one of the favorites for the qualification. For Andreikin, even if he loses, it's not a disaster, right? Course, so he has the final, and then in the second leg, he'll have to, I mean, okay, it'll be tough. The third leg, second tournament for him. It'll be a tough task, because I spoke to MVL yesterday, who was still there, and we've discussed a bit chances and what, and agreed on the last Berlin event probably be the strongest. The strongest.
Yeah, I also realized that. Yeah.
Like there is a group with MVL. No, I don't remember who is MVL's group. There is a group with Levon and Hikaru.
Yeah.
The finalists of Berlin won, and then only one of them will make it out of the group.
Which means only one of them will actually manage to qualify for candidates, right? Very difficult.
Yeah, and for Levon, I don't think it will be enough just to make it out of the group. He'll have final and making it out of the group, right?
Yeah,
for Hikaru, it's quite likely if he
he
has a win. Yeah, he has a win, and then if he goes to semi-final, I would bet, like, if not the winner, but from place 2, he qualifies.
Yeah.
Okay, so finally c5 played. Makes a lot of sense, because knight on f6 now guards the d4 pawn, and then if you take, black just takes, yeah?
Yeah.
Wait, how does that compare to quote-unquote regular queen's gambit, which would be, what, bishop e7, for instance, bishop f4, knight f6, e3, castles, knight f3, and c5, right?
I mean, if now cd5 is played, you mean?
cd5, I think it's knight d5, and somehow they know it all the way to a draw. Yeah, so
dc5 is the main one.
dc5, and then queen a5 is possible. dc4 is possible, even though not so good.
Or bishop
and
c5.
bishop c5 is of course there. Bishop c5 is of course there. Then after this capture, I think recently they take with the knight. Knight takes, pawn takes. And then if we think the inclusion of a3 and a6 might be in white's favor, because here
they have to
bishop
go king
d3, bishop d3 check, and king e2 was tried, but I think knight d1 is
knight
so
d2,
knight d2 is what they do now. I think knight d2 is what they do now. Black is not forced to take though.
White, you mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Black already taken on d5 with the pawn. Hang on a second. So it's completely different,
It's different,
right? In my line, I was exchanging pair of knights. Yeah. See if white takes, bishop takes. But again, it's different to the normal queen's gambit, like even inclusion of h6, right? So that there won't be any bishop g5 in the future. Then bishop a7 seems to be like a comfortable move if this bishop ever feels bothered on c5 with, say, rook c1 or something.
Yeah. But somehow, as you said, it feels very unnatural to take while the bishop is still on f8.
Yeah.
If
So
white
that's
can
why
somehow avoid it, knight
that's
f3,
why you probably wait, right? Knight f3,
knight c6,
knight c6, and then you try to come up with some sort of useful move like rook c1 or bishop e2. Well, bishop e2 kind of allows black to continue passing with bishop e6 and so on. Rook c1 might be a bit of a threat because, say, it takes and then some knight jump. But rook c1 might be less of a development move compared to bishop e2, and maybe black can get away with playing c4, playing b5 if needed, and then later on even knight a5, knight b3. Oops.
Yeah.
So will we see? It's move 7 once again. Somehow, specifically these two players, they managed to get, not necessarily against each other, in the other games as well. They managed to get the positions that cause them and their opponent to think early. Yeah, to think early. Like recalling Andreikin playing against Giri in a classical game, right?
This b3.
Partially it was Giri's fault, this early b3,
yeah.
right? But people kept spending time to like practically get into time trouble after move 15.
Yeah, it's true. So knight f3, knight c6. Can white just also try to pass, just to wait for this bishop to come to e7? Let's say some h3 maybe.
Knight f3, knight c6, yeah. h3. This.
And then it's fine.
Takes, yeah. But okay, h3 might be considered a useful move because later on the bishop might go back to h2 if somehow knight h5 happens. But still, I mean, it's a playable position. It's not like something went terribly wrong for either side. Yeah, bishop e2.
Maybe d4.
Okay, here you always have to consider d4, right? And then if this exchange happens, black should be holding fine. Also a6 is useful, right? Because now there is no knight b5. You might as well just go here, here. That also seems to be... Okay, here I guess something like bishop f3 you might find annoying, yeah?
Yeah.
So white is tiny bit faster attacking the queen side, and it will be problematic. Like rook is not easy to move. Sorry, rook is not easy to move, and therefore bishop is not developing that easily.
Yeah, this is.
So maybe knight f3, bishop e2, even without h3, but then once again, with or without h3, one has to reckon with c4.
But these c4 positions always somehow seem to be easier to play for white, because white is clearly attacking the king with knight e5 and then maybe some g4 even, and black is...
Yeah, like even if you go bishop d3, invite c4 and keep bishop on this diagonal, right?
Always feels a bit
Your
dangerous,
plan is
yeah.
clear. Knight to e5, queen very likely to f3, and some g4, h4, and so on. For black has to be much more inventive. Bishop c2. Okay, here after bishop c2, I might have knight h5.
But even that, let's say knight e5, how is it?
Yeah, even this is not the end of the line. Yeah, knight e5, knight takes f4, and just pawn takes.
Yeah.
And this one's potentially weak. Some queen h5 might happen.
Yeah, looks pleasant for white.
Okay, clearly critical moment for Raput. Turning point in the opening, so he's the one who decides what the structure is going to look like.
Right.
Andreikin not even at the board, right? So still, I find it very strange his behavior during the remainder of last game. Now, okay, it's a bit too early to draw conclusions.
Of course, yeah.
But yeah, the opening is not very common, and also the fact that he's not seated on the board. So who knows? I mean, does he know everything? Does he feel that confident that nothing bad can happen? You don't actually know.
Okay, we're not really sure if he is sitting actually. Maybe he's at the board.
Maybe he's at the board, we just see the
Yeah.
board and not the players, right? There are kind of polarized examples of players like Peter Svedler, who would never sit at the board when he's not to move, and then the opposite of it, I'm not sure, but Fabi rarely seems to be off his chair, right? And there must be quite a few more.
Yeah. But actually, as you mentioned, Svidler, I find it really impressive. While he is walking, it's very clear that he is very deep in the position. That's very, very impressive.
Yeah, but what's also interesting that I think it was Bundesliga, the German league, one of the rounds where a lot of teams. Usually, what Bundesliga is, one team visits the other team in the home city, right? So it's basically two teams playing. And there is, or rather used to be, a special weekend when you have 3 games. So Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And then in order to cut on, I don't know, the hotel costs, the travel costs, they would announce one city that hosts the entire Bundesliga round for this. Yeah, so it'd be a lot of people. And I remember playing in that, and Peter was, I mean, he used to and probably still does represent Baden-Baden, strongest German team. Yeah. And I remember him walking, obviously had game of his own, but then whenever it was finished, he approached me and asked, I mean, what was that you've played against Lamy? Don't you remember the line? I mean, it used to be this. And it was clear that at least 10 other games, he had an idea what was the opening, what went wrong, and so on. So he's also observant about what.
Yeah.
And somehow it does go on subconscious level. He's still concentrated in his game. But yeah, so that's just, just a very curious personality.
Okay, it's an important decision, so it's very understandable that he is thinking. Even though knight f3 is not really, I doubt that black will go c4 immediately, right?
Yeah.
So you can also think on dc5 on the next move.
Yeah, no, I mean, there might be moves that we kind of not considering at all that he's thinking about.
Yeah.
So far we came up with a capture, developing the knight, and that was it, right?
Yeah. Capture and knight f3. And how is the position, let's say white goes knight f3, knight c6, let's say h3. I mean, is ever white planning to take with pawn on d4 if black, let's say,
like
takes?
C takes, E takes. Who knows? White does have, I'm trying to justify why, but he does seem to have some opening advantage. Because, no, actually he doesn't, right? Bishop f5 would be symmetrical. It doesn't mean that it's good for black, because I'm worried about moves like queen b3 in such situations, simply because you cannot keep the symmetry, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it's nothing special. Maybe queen b3 may be a stupid move because black just goes b5, and I presume sacrifice on b5 doesn't really work. But yeah, entering something symmetrical maybe is not in black's interest. But yeah, but the position kind of dries out, we have to agree, right? Maybe bishop d6 still, to just trade it. So bishop takes, queen takes, for instance, bishop d3 to stop bishop f5.
Right.
Yeah, maybe white's getting somewhere, in fact. I mean, it's never going to be too much, right?
Yeah.
But the difference in activity of those bishops, like the bishop on d3 is on a good diagonal, bishop on c8 can't really go to f5, can't be transferred to this diagonal via g4. So if you have to, if you call a move like bishop d7 or bishop e6 development, then yeah, then your position didn't really work very well. Yeah, that's once again the concept that developing the piece means you put it on a square where it does something. Yeah, not simply moving the piece, right? I really want to go back to 1e4, so I will be using the previous game and talk a bit about how, how when we, all of us, trainers, if we teach beginners, then using the old books, how wrong is that? Because in the books you would, the principles, the core principles are like take the center, develop the pieces, castle the king, and then what's next? Think about the plan, right?
Right.
That's, and most of the kids who start in chess, they end up playing this. Okay, it does develop the piece, and so does this. And black obviously taught by the same book, right? And then we develop these guys. Then we play d3 to open the other guys. Then we castle. And then we go bishop e3 developing, and he takes, and then black does the same. And now the pieces are developed, right? And then maybe we play queen e2, queen e7. It's kind of an advanced level, connect the rooks. And then it's time to start thinking about the plan. What kind of plan can be in this position, right? It's so ugly, even grandmasters don't know what to do. Yeah, so my argument is, like, whenever you play the move, so it should, you do follow the basic principles, but you always have to ask yourself, what's the point of it, right?
Of course,
and the point is not like I'm putting the bishop in the center or I'm taking so I want this and this, right? So, so it's a kind of couple of moves ahead, couple of actions ahead.
Yeah.
And that is basically your plan. So I don't think people should believe those good old books when Alekhine would write. I don't remember his opponent, but it's an endgame when he says, he's playing black, and he says black's winning plan consists of 5 stages. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 5, and then, I don't know, like get the king in the center, maneuver, force the weakness, and so on. And then if you look at the position, you understand the position is equal, the starting position. So this winning plan only worked because Alekhine was a better player.
Yeah, and the opponent made a mistake.
Yeah, so that's the thing. So I believe, honestly, the planning nowadays, if you face a decent opponent, you will never get a chance to execute like multi-move plan.
Yeah.
So minority attack, I go b4 and my opponent immediately realizes, like in Carlsbad, that it will be b5, he'll take on c6, I'll have c6 weak. So your opponent reacts. So typically your plan is like 2-3 moves. And also the engine. I mean, I'm so mad when people tell me, I mean, students, if let's say Andreikin or Rapport will tell, I play this move because the engine recommends. So it's a little bit different, right? But when my student says, okay, I've played this move because the engine said it's the best move in the position, right?
Yeah, they can't explain why.
Yeah, they can't explain why, and they don't understand why.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this the best move in the position? I have a question. Bishop e5. Against all the principles, moving the bishop for a second time. He wants to take on f6 and then take
on d5.
On d5. Cool.
Very concrete.
Yeah. And I believe Andreikin might be surprised. And I presume that if black goes knight d7, which sort of stops the threat of it, then this bishop will not leave. And then we might see, I mean, knight f3 is fine as well, because the knight on d7, unless you are planning to take, is not a great piece, right?
Right.
But you might also, we might also see your idea of pushing f4, supporting this piece like that, and then going knight f3.
Mm-hmm.
So that's very concrete. That's a very ambitious strategical idea. How comfortable / uncomfortable black would be if he goes knight c6, for instance?
I mean, he doesn't have to take on f6, but that's the idea, I guess, right?
He can, right?
Queen f6.
Then I'm not sure. Yeah, like g f6, I hate this structure, but once again, maybe black gets some dynamics. But for now, yeah, let's consider queen f6, knight takes d5, go back to d8. Regrettably, I have to do it because these were weak. dc5 and bishop c5. Perhaps, I mean, sometimes even such positions are kind of enough compensation, strangely.
Yeah, whenever there is bishop pair, it should be
bishop
fine.
pair, and also like I'll win a tempo too by going bishop e6. Yeah. So even this, it's not guaranteed that white's better. And if it's enough for black to have it, then knight c6 would be like I'll play it gladly. You can try to take here, right? But it's at best the same, right? Bishop d4, I thought bishop d4, knight c6, but then once again white can take d5.
I don't think he's planning to take on f6 somehow.
How to make it that, I'm comfortable with white taking on f6. Bishop e6?
Yeah, bishop e6 is also an option.
Bishop e6, yeah, like now if all that happens, bishop c5, knight d5.
Yeah, it's possible to just take and take on b2, is that?
Takes, and takes on b2, hitting the rook, right?
Yeah.
Rook d1, even having queen c3,
yeah,
right?
Sure.
Queen e4 check,
bishop
going
e7.
to e7, rook b1, still a check from c3. It's quite a messy position. Yeah. Seems that white forgotten to develop a couple of pieces.
What about knight c6, f4? Is that?
Yeah, if black goes knight c6, you go f4. Yeah, maybe. But then, since we've agreed that I'm fine sacrificing this pawn, maybe bishop f5 now, kind of fighting for this square, like knight f3. Still tricky, right? This bishop, surprisingly, is very stable on e5. Now, I mean, if this works, and works, I mean, not necessarily giving big advantage, but kind
Practically.
It's a legit idea, and why it's not worse, and black has to solve problems. It's an absolutely brilliant move, because that's really unexpected, right? That's really unexpected. And this probably will cause Andreikin to think for quite a while.
Yeah.
Which is move 8 only.
Oh, so they're having they have same time on the clock.
Mm-hmm. But this is, seriously, if you ask me, this is real chess. Like when you start playing not later than move 10, right, the original position.
Yeah. And very rare to see in modern chess.
That used to be the case, right? And I'm not arguing that, nowadays apparently people play stronger when you have like 15 moves, 20 moves of theory, kind of approved by the strongest engines. But from spectators' point of view, of course, this is some form of an art, not only the sport, right?
Yeah.
Some form of an art. And and back then, let's say, such game would be played, and then bishop e5 novelty, and couple of lines that would explain the main ideas, right? And now imagine someone's second, like, I don't know, Anish Giri, see this, gives to his second, the task, analyze me bishop e5, and you are getting gigabytes of analysis. I mean, if the move deserves it, maybe there is like an easy way of stopping it. But whenever you come up with some interesting idea, in a couple of days, couple of weeks maximum, it will be thoroughly studied, and the resulting evaluation, quite depressingly, will be 0, 0, 0 in all lines. So it kind of loses a bit of fun, right? But then you have guys like Dubov, who are able to find even
very interesting ideas,
very interesting ideas, sometimes not entirely sound, but very interesting ideas in well-known lines, and are not shy of playing those over the board in a classical game, and sometimes creating brilliancies.
Yeah, and it's actually very, very clear that those players are not only working with engine, but think themselves. Because if you're only checking with engine, you would never come up with those ideas. Yeah,
absolutely. The problem with using engine is that everyone uses it. And now with this cloud engines, cloud computing, we also, more or less every one of us has the access to the same computer power. Right, because I still remember those times like you were looking for kind of the stronger laptop, the more powerful laptop, I don't know, the more powerful machine at home, and like the big guys, they would assemble some server in the garage or a basement, which would run 24/7 and provide the depth. Now there is no need for this. And then if we assume that both me and my opponent are well prepared, so that means we looked at the same line with same software, same hardware, and apparently we've seen the same moves. And then the question is the patience, so that someone might have not checked like line 3, line 4, and creativity lies in sometimes check the line which is considered to be not very good by computer, like you have 2 lines which promise you the equality, and then the third line which computer says, okay, now you're worse. But you dig it deeper, you understand you're worse, but maybe not so much. It's possible to play, and there is a fair chance your opponent didn't check it.
Yeah, it's true.
So, still looking for the reaction to bishop f5.
But I like knight c6 so far the most. Because it does feel like after bishop f6, queen f6, knight d5, queen d8, black really does have compensation. Or bishop e6, bishop e6 also seems to be fine.
Yeah, I'm still inclined to sacrifice this pawn, but the sad part of it is that white's not forced to take, right?
Yeah.
White's not forced to take after knight c6, after pretty much anything.
Yeah, but knight c6, if white doesn't take, I mean, I'm not sure about this f4. I didn't really like it for white. And what else? Knight f3. There's always some bishop g4 even. So
yeah, so maybe knight c6,
strange.
white actually does take. Well, what did I say? Takes, bishop, take. I mean, I like the idea of exchanging this bishop for a knight, so maybe I'll postpone. Bishop e6 played, yeah? Fair enough. Bishop e6, so now, as we agreed, bishop f6 doesn't actually win a pawn. Bishop e6, maybe he wants it to be a little bit more flexible with knight b to d7 next move, not knight c6.
What about knight g2 here?
Knight g2 to go to f4.
Yeah.
Okay, then
Knight
whatever, knight c6.
Knight f4.
Still knight f4. And yeah, and then you can talk about h7, h6 being played too early, right?
Ah, yeah, right.
Check. I mean, with pawn on h7, I would think this isn't a bad position, right? With pawn on h6, it's clear that king e7 is not something
You want to do?
Yeah, not something you want to do. Funny enough, black might not be lost here, but yeah, but that's certainly not a good position.
Yeah.
Maybe he's lost actually. f4, you know, just the king is not ideal on e7.
So knight g2, what can black do? Knight g2.
Knight g2. Shall I fight against this knight f4? Not clear, right?
Because now cd4 also, I have knight d4.
Yeah, cd4 is... Oh, wait a second. cd4, knight d4, knight c6. Because I realize, yeah, this capture kind of weakens me a lot, but then, you know, the tempo might matter. Because bishop f6, queen f6, I'm seemingly fine.
Yeah.
And if bishop g3, no check still, so bishop d6, castle short, yeah, that looks like, at first looks at least, yeah, black's fine, black's comfortable. So maybe if this happens, I actually do take, and knight d4, knight c6. Because these positions are, as I said, like, remember from the books that they were explaining, hanging pawns. Sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. But a few years back, I was trying to prepare a lecture on, you know, the said subject. And it turns out I've never actually found a good example where the hanging pawns are bad. Because, no, seriously, like maybe you'll tell me, because all the examples that there are in a book, kind of pro-hanging pawns you have a lot, like all those combinations when you break in the center and then sacrifice to bishop, something.
Yeah, right.
And hanging pawns are bad because next couple of moves, one of the sides takes one of them. I mean, basically, all the examples, so it's not, the pawns are bad, it's just that you lose the pawn tactically.
Yeah.
So that's strange. At least I couldn't come to any sort of conclusion that, you know, like hanging pawns will be bad if these pieces are on the board, these aren't. It's very specific. Like, yeah, you have two rooks attacking the c-pawn and I cannot defend it. Yes, then it's bad.
Or without minor pieces.
Yeah, without a minor piece is something, yeah. But, I mean, in this position, it shouldn't be any problematic for black.
Yeah.
So, knight e2 takes, I mean, what else? Sometimes I would think, once again, strangely, take with the bishop and play some sort of a weird mix of Catalan and other things. Play g3. And even if you take, I might consider taking with the queen, not with the knight. So that later on, I mean, kind of try to attack d5 quickly. Bishop g2, rook d1, knight f4, ideally.
Right.
But still, black should be able to deal with it.
Yeah. But what about e4?
CD4,
like
after
e4.
knight e2, CD4, ED4. But then I want to say the knight's not ideal on e2, even though it does go to f4, right?
It's not clear how black stops it, actually. I mean, he doesn't want to play g5.
Okay, knight c6
Knight
feels like a good move, yeah, and then maybe just bishop d6. Maybe just bishop d6. And then castle, and then see what happens.
Okay, bishop knight e6.
Knight e6, pawn takes, yeah. Seems like not a bad French.
f4? How?
Yeah, castles.
Bishop d3.
Something will start hanging, I'm afraid. Like takes e5.
Yeah.
D takes e5, perhaps, right? Because fe5, I don't know, knight e4 is a move, but also knight d7, and then you can't castle yet. Queen h4 is the threat, knight d4 is threat.
Yeah.
Well, fe4 is more, d4 is more challenging, but then what?
Yeah, even knight e4 probably.
Knight e4. It's tricky though, right? Because takes g3 or takes castles. E pawn might be weak, but somehow I don't believe in this in White's intention to keep the bishop on e5 at any cost. You were right, knight e2.
Oh, it was played.
Knight e2, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. So knight e2, opting to f4. Interesting.
So what were we analyzing? CD4, right?
CD4, we tried knight c6. What else?
Okay, I mean, knight c6 and CD4 are actually most logical moves, because bishop d6, bishop, you don't really want to play with that bishop, I guess, still, because it's not threatening anything.
d6,
knight
yeah,
f4.
knight f4 is possible. Yeah, I was thinking, like, how does that compare to the other line where we were dropping e6, right? But here, even like taking on d5 is an option, and also this. It might be an improved version, so you're not going king e7 with your bishop on f8, but still you lose the castle, right? You're not winning the e5 pawn anytime soon, so just f4, queen e8, queen g4 looks much better for white. I mean, maybe just winning for white. Develop the bishop, castle short, go f5, crush. Yeah. Like really mysterious. Yeah, and as you've mentioned, g5, this is, you know, feels too much on many levels. Like knight g3 already threatens knight h5, dc5, and then put the knight on d4 is more positional, but absolutely legit approach, All in all, one doesn't play g5 in such positions.
No, if the pawn was on c6, it would be probably an
option.
option,
Yeah, like c6, pawn on c6, go g5, knight d7, stuff like that. Oops, now. Knight g4, question
Yeah, knight
mark.
g4 is an option. But
Knight
still, knight f4.
Knight f4, take this guy. Let's say you take for now. You are not in rush to take e6 because d4 is hanging.
d5,
d5 is hanging.
Actually, he played knight c6.
Knight c6, okay. We'll see. Knight c6. Maybe he does the same, you know, knight c6 and bishop d6. Kind of implying that you can't really hold
the bishop on e5,
hold the bishop on e5, yeah. Well, the drawback of it is that white now can take, and after queen f6 can take with some knight, not sure which knight, but with some knight on d5. And then it gets messy, I'm guessing. Takes, queen.
E6?
Yeah, e6, dc5 is dc5 is annoying, yes. Probably still on d8. But then I would argue that the kind of compensation is somewhat problematic, right? Takes here, and if there is nothing better, I can play bishop e2, bishop f3, protect the knight on d5. So white's not too far away from getting just a comfortable position pawn up. So after knight f4, he clearly has some plan.
What else the knight f4? I mean, it's clear follow-up after knight g2.
White certainly wants knight f4, right?
Knight f4.
Hang on, if I take on d6 now, well, on d4 now. Maybe this is what I do.
Actually, I think we checked this.
We checked this, right? Knight
we
e6,
checked knight
f6,
e6,
f4, and so on. Yeah, maybe that's the point. So knight f4, c takes d4, takes on f6, black still can take with the queen. This is absolutely different story, right? Yeah. Now I take queen d8, and the knight's hanging, at least the pawn wasn't sacrificed.
Yeah.
I mean, it might get tricky, because the knight's actually good on d5, right? And I can imagine like a couple of scenarios. I mean, one is that white goes e4, and black has to react pretty quickly, because if I build something like this, right, bishop d3, castle short f4, these are known to be unpleasant positions, even if the knight's getting exchanged, right? I mean, maybe to illustrate, go here, let's say somehow this happens, white castles, black, let's be cooperative castles, f4. So e5 potentially, and then the difference in these bishops, right?
That's very clear.
The dark square bishop is not doing that much because d4 pawn acts as an obstacle. So that's one potential scenario, that white goes e4, and then of course you check some, I don't know, some tactical options, castles early f5 maybe, right? But wait, the bishop's still on f8, right? So castles early f5 is not available yet. So that's one thing. The other thing I thought could work is, say, this.
And castle.
Yeah, castle, but then I realized, here there is bishop f5.
Yeah.
Here there is bishop f5. Bishop c5, sorry.
Bishop c5, yeah.
Winning the exchange.
So
which
did
is
they
not
play
very pleasant. They played something, knight f4, c d4, and bishop d4. All right, that's a little bit less promising, if you ask me, because black can take d4. I presume queen takes in this case, right? Or pawn takes.
Yeah, I would also say queen takes.
Knight d4, if pawn takes, there are kind of ambitious moves, even queen b6 and try to attack b2, but also bishop d6, just develop with the tempo, probably forcing white to take by that point. You take back, you castle short.
It should
I
be
don't
fine.
think black has any problems. So takes, we presume it's queen takes, and then d5 is safe for now, right?
Maybe rook c8.
So rook c8, I was thinking. Let's say bishop e2.
Bishop c5.
Bishop c5, queen a4 check. Strangely, it's very unpleasant to face this check, right?
Yeah, interesting. Maybe rook c8 was not very precise. But it feels natural to... I mean, you want now to attack the queen on d4 with bishop c5, so...
Yeah, I was thinking this, let's say bishop e2, castles, and then at some point rook c8. But once again, like, yeah, castles, rook c8, say rook d1, not sure which one, fd1 for instance. And then black says pass, somehow white trades everything on d5, and in the end black goes bishop f6. So maybe has enough compensation for the pawn, but it's a pawn, you know, white can never lose and white potentially can win. So once again,
very comfortable scenario.
If we are judging the opening outcome, it's clearly in white's favor. So black is yet to fully equalize in all those lines.
And what if black just plays... I thought bishop d6. Actually, yes, bishop d6 is also an option.
Yeah, bishop d6 is an option. Bishop d6 takes on f6, queen f6. Then once again, you probably take on d5.
Can't take
with
knight,
the queen, perhaps, yeah, because if the knight takes, it's queen b2. Might not be the end of the line once again.
Yeah.
But for now, looks acceptable, right? Looks acceptable for black.
Right.
So if white really wants some material, it's queen d5. But then, I don't know, maybe castle, maybe immediate bishop e5 to disturb this. Once again, for the fact that white still needs a couple of moves to finish the development, might be just good enough for black to keep the balance.
Oh, so he took
knight
on
takes
d4.
on d4. Interesting. Queen takes, yeah. Queen takes. Is it the position where g5 is actually a move?
I can't believe. g5. There's also some knight d5 tactics.
Ah, you're right, yeah.
But I don't think it works. I don't think it works.
g5, knight d5.
Bishop d5, knight d5, queen d5. There will be also some...
Queen f6, right?
I thought queen a5 check, but after b4 there is no bishop b4, the rook will be protected on a1.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, then it just might work, but there is some rook d8. No.
Yeah, rook d8 is good. Threatening
Mate.
checkmate in one, bishop b2. You wanted to say can take this, but bishop f3.
Bishop f3.
Bishop f3. So tricky.
Yes.
Okay, he actually goes bishop d6, plain and simple. You can't take d5 right now. Bishop b4 at the end, right? I mean, can show it. And bishop b4, and the queen is lost. And you probably won't be able to take on d5 anytime soon, right?
But I don't think white wants to take on e6. Yeah.
No, taking on e6 is black's probably fine.
Yeah.
No, I think you do bishop e2 and maybe plan bishop f3. So now the real question becomes, I mean, what are all those positions? Bishop takes f4. Immediately, one move later, but yeah, I mean, how does white react? Because queen f4 optically looks very nice, but I think kind of a recent shift is that it's always holdable. I mean, at least to me, it looks like it's always holdable.
Yeah.
So I would strongly consider taking with the pawn here, and then keep this idea of f4, f5 in many positions. and
maybe bishop d3 also.
Yeah, bishop d3 is an option, of course, right? Yeah, I just thought bishop e2 to have bishop f3 later, but yeah, bishop d3 is also an option, and of course it's an improvement in this line,
yes,
right? So you
that's
have bishop on d3 and you want f5, one move faster.
Maybe rook d1 also. I mean, there
rook
are
d1 is a direct threat, yeah.
Yeah.
Interesting. And Draken seemingly has his own vision on all those isolated pawn positions. And then once again, I'm recalling his game against Shankland when it seemed that when he was playing black. Remember? I
but
mean,
was it an isolated pawn?
At some point, yeah, he went c5, dc5, and so on.
Mm-hmm. Ah, right.
Yeah,
right.
White had doubled pawns like gf3, and there was some endgame, which at first looked, I don't know, looked more pleasant for white, and then in 10 more moves it was a draw.
Right. No, it's much nicer, like the side who has an isolated pawn. I think it's very nice to play when you have some kingside attack. Those positions are fine, but these kind of positions can lead to some kind of torture. Yeah, but especially nowadays, for example, Evgenij, I mean, it's holding these positions very, very easily. It will never say that either side has an advantage.
Yeah, that's interesting. To me, I found that a lot of sense makes, it's white to move. Yeah, bishop e2. Let's do this. Go queen b8 and trade the queens. I mean, just to have this position on the board. Once again, good old books would suggest that white has kind of unlimited power of playing for a win. This is always weak, and black has no counterplay. But what I've realized, and I think this comes from this Moldavian theoretician Chebanenko. I mean, we all know Chebanenko's Slav, right? This A6. A6 is known Chebanenko Slav. Then he contributed a lot to Rossolimo Sicilians, to this bishop b5 variation, and then whenever white takes on c6 and plays against the light square bishop, that would be Chebanenko's ideas. Right, and I haven't heard it from him, but his students, that he was always explaining that if you have this material, exactly, so light square bishop, knight, d5 pawn, which is very weak. So it's in your interest to go to an endgame.
You mean black's interest?
Yeah, because you get the king to e7. Okay, white does something. You get the king to e7, and when it comes to protecting the d5 pawn, you have an extra piece, because you can protect it with the king on d6, and for white to get the king on d4 is almost impossible. So interestingly, that was his theory. And then, yeah, you also have, in the end game, you also have the kind of the side idea of giving it away. So white doubles on the d file, you get the rook on the c file. And when we trade everything on d5, white's pawn up in the rook endgame, because we already traded on all the minor pieces, and black is to move, because white's last move was rook takes d5. And black plays something like rook c2. He's a pawn down, but he makes draw very comfortably. So it's clumsy explanation. It still hints at white being better, right, because he's the one who's pressing. But that kind of taught me that you don't have to be terrified about such positions. They are defendable. Yeah, they are defendable. And then you're no longer scared sometimes. Yeah, okay, let's go. I know I will face a few unpleasant moments, but it should be defendable.
Yeah.
All right, so after bishop d6, as you said, rook d1 is maybe kind of forcing. Yeah, okay, we could check this. Rook d1, let's say black castles, and then white tries to simply take d5. You know what? I might be taking with the knight and not taking with the bishop in this case, but I don't know what I do. You actually want, in some cases, knight f6, right? Win the bishop.
Probably not now, because there will be rook d8.
Like rook c8.
Bishop e2, I guess. Or maybe knight c3 even is possible here.
Knight c3 back. Yeah, it's not just this. I mean, looks ugly, but once again, the pattern is if you get one bishop on f6, the other on e6, right?
Even black is preferable.
No, he's probably not, but yeah, you'll return the pawn and make a draw. I mean, that's how white doesn't end up being worse. But yeah, but really, like if the bishop gets to e6 and f6, that should be fine. Right, so maybe Andreikin just knows these positions, like, you know, as the pattern that I shouldn't be afraid of those. And like,
he played g3, I think.
G3, yeah, makes sense. So g3 to put the bishop on g2. Basically, a twist on my bishop e2, bishop f3 idea.
Yeah.
But kind of as the bonus, he will have a chance to take on f4 with the g pawn if black ends up capturing the knight.
Also, there will be some maybe taking on e6 and bishop h3.
Oh, yeah.
General ideas, yeah.
That's another thing.
Yeah.
That's another thing, of course. Take on e6, bishop h3 might not be that simple, right? Even straightforward one. You do allow e5, yeah, but those pawns are not very stable, right? d4 maybe.
Yeah.
But that's not clear. Maybe I can take, right? If I cannot take, then I'm almost guaranteed to lose one of them, especially if white manages to castle. But yeah, but white doesn't have to rush. After castle, he can play bishop g2. Say something happens, then castle, and
Actually, I like white.
Here, rook c4, d4 might be an issue, right?
But whenever black pushes d4, then after knight e6, he will be left with this weak pawn. That's the downside.
Yeah.
I'm curious if he would take gf4 if black captures on f4, because that's a very committal decision.
I mean, it can be good. Depends on when it happens, right? Because let's say if you take it straight up, I would strongly consider, because the queen is for now is very stable on d4, right? I mean, the problem of this pawn structure, the weak spot of this pawn structure per se, is that black breaks with d4 and you don't have a comfortable reaction. Like if you take, you're left with like all the isolated pawns, right? If you don't take, black will take on e3. So for now, d4 square is very well blocked, and I can imagine now white shifting the plan, so not trying to win the d5 pawn, but bishop d3, rook g1, and then maybe try to use the g file.
Right.
Yeah, so if I'm playing black, I'm probably postponing this capture to the moment that, say, white at least played bishop g2 and not bishop d3.
Right. Okay, let's say black castles, because I believe that's the
plan, right?
That's the plan, yeah. Bishop g2. Now it's a question.
Yeah, now he can take.
Now that we put bishop on g2.
Now he can take, for instance, and even if, let's say, ef4, which looked very promising, one of the lines. Here I think black is just on time with rook c8, rook c4. After castle, rook c4, and so on. Well, maybe queen takes.
But then this, no.
And rook d1 and so on.
Yeah.
I mean, it once again depends on, say, how You probably don't want to figure out. I thought, like, what we think about such positions, right? D4, no, actually here D4 is pointless. Queen B6 is, yeah, whenever you leave D4, Queen B6 is annoying, I guess. Attack this, and then Rook D8.
Maybe castle is possible.
Long castle.
Oh, no, short.
A short castle, yeah. And then if I take
knight A4.
Knight A4, but still there is a square, right? Queen B5.
Then Rook B1.
Rook B1, Queen, don't know, D7. Ah, you mean a lot of jumps.
A lot of jumps, yeah, exactly.
If E2, and then G4 or C4, maybe maybe I run away like this. Maybe a long castle. Okay, and Rakin's still thinking. Move what? Move 13.
Yeah.
Very slowly developing game, right? It's been 1.5 hours, and it's only move 13.
13, yeah. It's actually going to be a time trouble for sure.
Yeah, unless like something
things simplify very quickly, yeah.
Which this position has potential to.
Yeah,
right.
Of course.
But yeah, but if they manage to keep tension, then yeah, it's not so much left, right? By move 25, they'll be in a time trouble.
Right.
Okay, so can't call this one exciting yet.
But comparing to
yeah,
yesterday?
Yeah, that's much more tense. That's a lot of pressure on the players, right? Once again, back to our discussion yesterday that we do not know, I believe none of us knows, if we have a clear favorite
in tiebreak.
On tiebreak, right. So Andreikin did play the tiebreak at least, so he's for this tournament he's kind of warmed up. He won a tiebreak against Anish Giri, right? Rapport so far wasn't involved in any tiebreak. Rook to C8 actually makes perfect sense. You go Bishop G2, I'll play Rook C4 immediately. But yeah, but now we have to answer a question: what happens to Rook D1? So attack D5. But there might be tactics, like Rook D1, Queen A5. So now that you've left from A1, B4 is no longer an issue, I will take, right? And Bishop G2, there is still Rook C4, and moreover, there is a threat of Bishop takes A3. Like Bishop G2, Bishop A3. And it does work because Bishop B2 and Bishop C3, and all of a sudden Black won quite a few pawns.
Yeah, nice.
And yeah, Bishop G2 is obviously not the greatest move, but it is an annoying threat, surprisingly. It's not that easy to face it, and then also like after castle knight e4 and so on.
Yeah, so actually Rook D1 is
here it feels like Black's ideas kind of coming together. So Rook D1's not great. Knight d4 still not possible because check Bishop b4 at the end.
So what about knight e6, f e6, bishop h3?
Yeah, maybe this is what you do, right? Knight e6, Black doesn't have any alternatives. Bishop h3, this time you have a tempo like this, right? And it's only a question how exactly Black is planning to react to this. Because now e5, queen, queen d3 in fact is annoying because this check is threatened. If e4, yeah, you win yet another tempo, but now the center loses flexibility, right? White will castle, concentrate all the forces on d5. If d5 falls, that means e4 falls, so that's almost winning for white, I would consider, at least kind of statically, right? Strategically, it's winning for white, and I don't see how Black will develop any dynamical play here. So has to be very careful, yes. I think takes bishop h3 looks very promising. The thing is, maybe black has some other setups. Maybe just queen e7, you know, castle and say I'll not push e5 unless you force me to.
Yeah, actually I thought rook c4, but there is still queen d3.
Yeah, rook c4. I mean, since black didn't castle, I mean, it's always reoccurring motif, right?
Maybe queen e7. Maybe black is still fine. Queen e7 and then to have queen f7.
Yeah. But you know how it goes. It's castles, castles, and then later on white prepares e4 somehow.
Yeah. Actually, there is some famous game. Was it Karpov-Kasparov?
Karpov-Kasparov, yeah, opposite colored bishops, and then somehow this went here, and then he lost on dark squares, Gary. All right. So, as we said, not super sharp, but very strategically very complex, with a very early surprise in the opening. I believe bishop e5 was already new for Andreikin,
right?
Or possibly even a3, which was move 5, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, second game is much more interesting for the time being. Looks much more interesting than the first one. Doesn't look like the intention is to make a draw and go for tiebreak. Right. And with that, I think it's been 1.5 hours of Game 2, Grand Prix Belgrade final, and I believe that's a time for us to go for a quick break. The opening stage is practically over. Well, not really, some pieces undeveloped, but time-wise, like 1.5 hours, guys. You were supposed to finish the opening, you were supposed to enter the middle game. And the pattern there, spending time, actually suggests we are already in some sort of middle game. So we'll go for some 10 minutes break, and hopefully we'll not miss too much. So coming back soon.
We go out into the streets thinking we know it all. We travel to new sites thinking we have a plan. But then something changes. And we discover there is more to this world. Every love story begins with the first look. Our love story began a long time ago when two rivers, the Danube and the Sava, first met under the Kalamagdan hill. Their convergence made the foundation for a city which has been growing for more than 24 centuries. Belgrade's riverbanks keep attracting people to this day. It is a city of many languages, raw emotions and rich flavors. The streets are filled with open people, full of conversation and hospitality. Its architecture represents its inhabitants. Markings of various epochs are toppled next to each other, from the ancient medieval fortress all the way to the theaters, museums, modern clubs. Belgrade has it all. It is a city made to be discovered, flourishing with life, always awake. And all you need to fall in love is just one look. Visit Belgrade. Feel its love.
Svaki korak prestonicom države koja je menjala imena, ali ne i karakter, otkrivao je neku novu šahovsku tajnu. U Beogradu, svetskoj šahovskoj metropoli 20. veka, uživali su svetski šampioni. Najtalentovaniji igrači iz celog sveta stasavali su za najveću scenu, a silno motivisani ljubitelji šaha, makar na 5 minuta, uspevali da ukradu slavu jačim protivnicima. Valjda i zbog toga, nebrojena šahovska armija iz čitavog sveta u njemu se sastajala kao Dunav i Sava, a tako je i danas. Kada bi originalnu i neponovljivu beogradsku šahovsku partiju analizirali od početka, krenuli bi od 1930. godine u kojoj je tadašnji svetski prvak Aleksandar Aljechin boravio u Beogradu i kada je u njegovu čast prijem organizao jugoslovenski kralj Aleksandar I Karađorđević. Njihova zajednička crno-bela slika nije sačuvana, ali su ostala polja istih boja da se ne zaboravi. Odmah po završetku Drugog svjetskog rata proslavljeni velemajstor Svetozar Gligorić osnovao je na Terazijama šahovski dom. Bio je to početak zlatnih godina jugoslovenskog šaha. Već 1950. na bini velike sale Kolarčevog univerziteta odigran je dvokružni radio meč Jugoslavije i Sjedinjenih Američkih Država. Nastupili su najbolji igrači obe zemlje koje je umjesto table delio okean. Potezi su prenošeni telegrafski, a Jugoslavija je rezultatom 11,5 prema 8,5 izvojevala pobedu nad četvorostrukim olimpijskim šampionima. Godinu dana kasnije, nešto bliže reci, Beograd je na železničkoj stanici dočekao svog Boru Ivkova, koji je iz Birmingema doneo titulu prvog omladinskog prvaka sveta. Na početku druge polovine prošlog veka, turnir Oslobođenje Beograda postao jedan od najjačih na svetu. Priliku da odmere snage sa eminentnim gostima, a često ih i pobede, koristili su najbolji šahisti Jugoslavije. Verovatno i zbog toga reprezentacije Sovjetskog saveza i Mađarske baš u Beogradu često su igrale protiv naše reprezentacije. Za te mečeve vladalo je ogromno interesovanje. 1959. u velikoj sali Doma sindikata odigran je turnir osmorice kandidata za izazivača svetskog prvaka, među kojima je bio i Svetozar Gligorić. Veliko interesovanje publike privukli su 16-godišnji Bobby Fischer, koji je tada postao najmlađi velemajstor na svetu, i Mihail Talj, koji je pobedio na turniru, a zatim je osvojio titulu prvaka sveta. Deceniju kasnije, Svetozara Gligorića je u rodnom gradu u četvrtfinalu prvenstva sveta zaustavio upravo Talj. Razvojem nacije razvijao se i glavni grad, a sa njim i veoma interesantni šahovski život u klubovima, koji su bili pokretači nezaustavljivog entuzijazma. Anegdota u njima bilo je više od odigranih poteza za sve ove godine. Mladi su stasavali uz idole, popularnost šaha kod dece bila je na vrhuncu. Brojne simultanke i još brojniji učesnici slike su koje ne blede. O 1970. godini i Beogradu govori se i danas po čitavom svetu. U meču stoleća sastali su se najbolji šahisti tada neprikosnovenog Sovjetskog saveza i ostatka sveta, za čiji tim su, pored ostalih, nastupili Fischer, Larsen, Gligorić i Najdorf. Sala Doma sindikata bila je mala da primi sve ljubitelje šaha. Mesta nije bilo ni na platovu ispred sale. I tadašnjem gradonačelniku Branku Pešiću bilo je teško da pod otvorenim nebom prati prenos partija. Posle 8 dana spektakla, Sovjeti predvođeni Spaskim, Taljem, Korčarem, Botvinikom i Smislovim bili su bolji za 1 poen, 20,5 prema 19,5. Tradicija ženskog šaha u Beogradu također je bogata. 1965. održan je prvi osmomartovski turnir za dame, čija nit nije prekinuta ni danas. Spisak najboljih svetskih igračica koje su na dan žena mirisale ruže u našem glavnom gradu je izuzetno dug. Zajedno sa turnirom rasla je i Alisa Marić, koja je 1991. igrala čak i meč za izazivačicu svetske prvakinje. Na tron se popela kineskinja Xi Yun. O meču pretendenata na svetski vrh u muškoj konkurenciji iz 1977. i danas se priča. Viktoru Korčniju prijao je boravak u našoj prestonici. Sa 10,5 prema 7,5 savladao je Borisa Spaskog. Bio je to neverovatan meč, pun preokreta. Korčnja su posle jedne partije navijači nosili na leđima, a ne jednom desilo se da se pristalice dvojice velemajstora potuku u centru Beograda. Pri kraju 20. veka Investbankini turniri privlačili su krem svetskog šaha u glavni grad Jugoslavije. Na jednom od 6 turnira trijumfovao je Gari Kasparov, a na radost domaće publike isto je učinio i Ljubomir Ljubojević. Strast Beograđana prema igri na 64 polja nisu ugasili ni ratovi. Neko bi rekao šta je šah ako ne učenje na sopstvenim greškama. Sigurno i zbog toga u ovom delu Balkana postoji neka nevidljiva sila koja privlači poklonike drevne igre iz celog sveta. Zbog njih, kao i zbog miliona ljubitelja šaha koji će partije iz Beograda pratiti preko interneta, potrudit ćemo se da sačuvamo sve što je bilo dobro u prethodnih 100 godina i dodamo energiju sa početka novog milenijuma. Ne sumnjamo da će radost sa kojom ćemo organizovati FIDE Grand Prix stići u sve delove planete zajedno sa razglednicama ukrašenim crno-belim poljima.
We have FIDE Deputy President and a renowned chess name Bashar Kouatly here with us in Belgrade, who has come to see the final stage of the second leg of the Grand Prix here in Serbia. Mr. Kouatly, welcome to Belgrade. Before I ask you about Belgrade and this place, how important is this event for FIDE and what has it shown so far?
Well, it is always important to promote chess and the values of chess, because chess is played all around the world. There are players from all the countries in the world. And right now we are about 200 countries. And I think it's good those days to see people who are having a peaceful confrontation. And I believe that the matches that we have had up to now are showing that people are respecting each other, whatever their way of playing, they are attacking or defending or whatever, but it's a respect to all the values that bring the game of chess.
And speaking specifically about this tournament, in terms of organization and how things are going, from what you've seen so far, how does it look?
I had no doubt that in Belgrade things will be done at the best level. I mean, I have known your country, as it was before, as it is now. And I have always felt a soul for chess that has a particular flavor of the South Slav people. So with a lot of warmness, a kind of welcome that is rare, and also the level of professionalism at the high level. So I really had no doubt that Belgrade would be the right venue with the right people to organize chess event at the best level.
You were here before. Serbia once Yugoslavia was a big chess nation, as you said yourself, a special chess place. For you personally, what are your memories from this country and this region?
Well, I am 64 years old, so I have done the squares of the chessboard. And so, of course, doing that, I had the chance to meet all the top Yugoslav, former Yugoslav, Serbian, or whatever, from wherever they would come. And for me, it's the same, because they are, first of all, chess players. So whether it was Gligoric or Ivkov, and peace to their soul also, or Lubojevic, and all the other top players, and also a special greeting to Alexander Matanovic, who created the Informant, Chess Informant, and that was also a driving force in the chess world in 1966. So it's important to remember all that, to have a little background of the chess history. And of course, Serbia has its particular place in that. And today to have this event here is just something great.
This tournament is going to finish here in 1 or 2 days. After that, we have a short break, and then the final leg of the Grand Prix is in Berlin. How are the preparations for Berlin going?
Well, I guess it's going very well, although I am not involved personally, directly, but I understand that the people are doing their best in Berlin before, now in Belgrade, in Berlin again. And we wish to have, a nice tournament happening and to have 2 people who will qualify for the candidates. I have a little bit, I would have liked that Maxime would have gone a bit further, but okay, this is the law of sport, and we respect it, and I'm sure in Berlin every player will show really his strengths, his will, his wish to reach the candidate.
Mr. Kouatly, thank you very much. We hope you have a pleasant stay here in Belgrade. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we are back. We are back with the final game, last classical game of this event. Right. Richard Raput and Dmitry Andreikin playing each other. Well, we've guessed a couple of moves which were made during the break, and honestly, we questioned one of them from Richard Raput. Let's see if he missed something or it was a covert plan. Rook d1, we were considering and thought that queen a5 must be very strong. Yeah. After rook d1, Raput replied with rook c1. So seems like wasting a tempo, right? But at least he protects against bishop a3, or at least I would think so. Yeah. First things first.
Yeah, bishop a3
if I still want to take on a3, and take queen a3,
just
how does
queen
white?
d2.
Queen d2, knight e4, right?
Yeah, I just made the worst move probably.
Knight e2 maybe, protecting not only the rook but the knight as well. And I think this should be it.
But there is still knight e4.
Knight e4, but it doesn't threaten anything. Yes, I can play bishop g2, knight c3, rook c3, and this check. I have king d2, and you have more checks. Huh. Can this be right?
King d1?
King d1, queen b1.
Rook c1.
Rook c1. And then takes, and
castle.
Finally we can say white kind of defended, right? Even though, takes, castles. It's not very pleasant position to play still for white, but apparently he's good, yeah. But after rook c1, knight d5 is no longer a threat, right? So perhaps the threat is, as you've mentioned, a kind of transposing to a couple of Kasparov ideas, right? Take on e6, go bishop h3. We've spoken about knight e4. An immediate knight e4 allows queen g7. Yeah, God knows what happens in this case. Probably nothing good, because no comfortable way of dealing with the fact that the rook's hanging. Yeah.
Probably just castle,
Castles, right? Yeah, but then really white takes over here, goes bishop h3. It's a little bit awkward, right? Because if you play a move like rook e8 after castle, really those pawns are not very flexible, right? And sooner or later you'll run into this e4 and we'll end up with a weakened king side. So I would actually try to look for something better than that.
Right.
Queen c5, how about this? Queen c5, trying to trade the queens or unblock the d4 square.
Oh, but there is knight e6 and then
knight e6.
I thought knight e6 and knight e2 doesn't work.
Why is that?
Doesn't work.
Knight e2. Oh, you mean you take on d4,
that,
check, and king d7, and then take back on. Yeah.
So queen c5.
Yeah, queen c5. Maybe you can. Yeah, queen d2, knight e4. Right?
Maybe check on b5. Check on a4.
Check on a4. Bishop d7.
And now queen d1.
Now queen d1. But still not threatening. Not threatening to take because c1 is hanging.
Right.
And this might be the moment where, say, I castle, and then after bishop g2, I just take this guy. If g takes, who knows, maybe d4 is already a move, or I just play this position. G takes, who knows, bishop e6. Because it's less comfortable now, right, for white. Yeah, might be this. Might be this. Yeah, somehow I feel that if black didn't lose the d5 pawn quickly, then he's supposed to be fine. Okay, Andreikin thinking, 43 minutes left, and we were advised that we have another tournament going on, right? How do we switch to this one? Maybe. Like, yeah, okay, so we have another tournament, which is Belgrade Invitational of some sort, right?
Right.
With a very strong team, with a very strong composition. So it's what, round 8 out of 9. The current leader is Sanan Sugirov, second Parham Maksudlu, and you have Nihal Sarin there, Velimir Ivic,
Yes.
Noritbek Abdusatorov, current world rapid champion, who, by the way, lost 3 and won 4.
Yes, that's very strange.
Yeah, not a single draw. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alexander Indic, Alexei Sarana, David Navara, Robert Markush, and Ivan Ivanišević.
Yeah,
Markush and Ivanišević, regrettably not having the best tournament, haven't won a single game, 2 of those.
Yeah, we can see the standings.
Yeah.
And actually, I'm really sad for Ivan because he lost, I believe, 4 or 5 in a row, last 4 or 5 games, so it must be really painful.
Right, so we could quickly check what happens today.
Yeah.
So, like, for instance, this is position for David Navara and Maksudlu. And hard to say what's going on. I mean, first glance seems that black has to be fine. I mean, needs one move to fully complete development. The b7 is not that much of an issue because white has his own weaknesses.
Right.
Yeah.
Seems fine for black, yeah.
Yeah, let's move on. Markush and Sugirov. This is a well-known line of Catalan. This check on b4 and later on putting the bishop on b7.
Taking on d5 and
yeah. This. Hang on a second. Here. How was... no, it's not that line. 95. How was that line supposed to happen?
You mean
I mean, there is the line with knight f7, knight d5. Yeah, but that's not how it works. Yeah, bishop b7, knight c3. It's probably with the queen on d1 still. Like this. Yeah, there is this line, knight e5. b6. I mean, don't ask me why b6. Yeah, knight c3, knight fd7. Just to mention, like, takes over here and then knight f7, rook f7, knight d5, something like that, which leads to absolutely crazy positions. And here it's kept pretty quiet, right? So white eventually captures on d5 and usually tries to play for like something very little, but black is super solid.
Super solid, yeah.
So I think comfortable station for Sugirov with his 1-point lead and his last black game. I mean, he'll be.
No, actually, I also checked. As far as I checked, he never passed 2700 yet, and if he manages,
Sugirov?
Yes, and if he manages to win this game, he will pass. So it's important for him.
Yeah. Then Alexei Sarana, another talented player against Ivan Ivanišević. Oh, okay, and this is, I think it had been seen, this one. Yeah, it's this bishop f4, d takes c4 line. So basically, black is inviting white to play the Cambridge Springs, right, after bishop g5, e6, sorry, c6.
Yeah.
Right, but after bishop f4, one may think, yeah, we'll just transpose the queen's gambit. But no, there is this line, d takes, oops, yeah, just over-jumped, yeah. D takes, and b5, and the check, and yeah, like.
And there is this nice queen d2.
Takes, yeah. All the pawns are doubled, isolated, and so on, right? White might even end up winning a pawn, but usually doesn't have anything substantial.
Right.
Once again, they're starting to play at the same time, so now they've reached more or less the same stage of the game, where the opening is
kind of
finished. And now it's the time to think, time to spend a lot of time and so on. Up to Satorov with Ivic. Quite a few things happen. Unlike in the other games. How do you end up in such position? It's a Petrov, right? It's a Petrov. Bishop d6 line. That's known to be a sharp line. c6, knight c3, dc4, bishop g5, queen a5, d5, no? Knight h4, bishop e6. Whoa. Looked completely fine for black. I don't know how, or maybe it still is.
It still is, probably. Yeah.
Knight g5, rook e7, rook b1, b6, and then at some point White decided that he wants to sacrifice on f7 or just.
But how is that?
I mean, he could have gone back to f3. I mean, I'm surprised here, because like you go back to f3, you can't be worse, right? So takes and rook d8 apparently, and he's hunting the a7 pawn, or b5. Okay, he goes b5 and he says, I'll win the a7 pawn. Okay, that's interesting.
But how is he going to reach there now?
Rook d8, rook a8, or rook d3 and rook a3.
All right.
The thing is, with b5 pawn, it might still not be enough, right? Because even if you take this one and black sets up some sort of blockade.
Yeah.
But objectively, White perhaps isn't better, right? So let's say king e6, knight d5, some knight c3. Oops, that doesn't work like that. Get rid of those arrows. Rook d8, for instance, knight here, rook here, knight here, rook a7, knight b5, rook a6. Once again, I'm not sure how accurate this line is.
And some
bishop d4, a4.
But there is knight c7.
There is knight c7. There is also knight d6.
Right.
Yeah, I thought actually knight d6, a5, and then we just trade everything.
Yeah. So it's probably
Maybe
just
c7,
equal, right? I mean,
yeah, probably equal. But still, White kind of deserves credit for kind of unbalancing the position, because I believe knight f3 would have been totally fine.
Yeah.
Could it be that he was a bit worried, like this, bishop c3, rook d7, and who knows, maybe black is faster attacking f2 than black attacking f7, who knows?
Yeah.
Knight g1, knight h3 though.
Also rook c1, rook c7.
Rook c1, rook c7, yeah.
Oh, but there is knight e4. Okay, some reasons.
Yeah. So there is that, and we have one more, which is Nihal Sarin with Injac. And this is fairly drawish. Not even sure, once again, if White is serious trying to push this one for a win. Something. So that's an English opening, one of the lines, but basically, since White started to play this b3, bishop b2, it's no longer that relevant what the opening was. d4, swap everything. Yeah, just way too solid.
Yeah.
Way too solid, so I think nothing too much will happen here. Yeah, I mean, you probably still have to be a bit careful, because of White having the d file.
Yeah.
Usually, I mean, if it would be the only file in the position, right? So it's like there is no bishops, black pawn is on c6, and white has pawn on c4. Then you're a little bit worried, because rook d8, white has queen d2, subs the queen for the rook, rook for the queen, and then, you cannot intercept the file, white is better.
Right.
Like this, you always have to, you always have the ability to use the c file as for the counterplay, right? White gets one file, you get the other.
Yeah.
So interestingly, out of those 5 games, it's not that easy to stop somewhere and say, okay, I'm excited. Strangely, right?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
So back to our game, maybe. Back to our game.
So nothing has
Rook
happened
c1, and Draken's still thinking. Down to 34 minutes on move 15. And unlike yesterday's rook endgame, when he was looking anywhere but the board, right? Now he seems to be fully concentrated.
Yeah.
Seems to be fully concentrated.
So what are the options if not queen c5?
I don't know.
What did we see on castle? Takes on e6 and bishop h3.
Bishop h3.
Actually, yeah, there is. It might not work. There are some tactics with when I take on e6. Okay, let's say black castles. Takes on e6. Fe6.
Do something. No, in this moment it's too much. Yes, so we have to do fe6, bishop h3.
Rook e8. And now with castle, I'm actually threatening knight d5.
Knight d5. Wow.
And everything seems to be working actually.
I say bishop f8 for whatever reason, and knight takes d5. So if you take on c1 intermediate, it's a check on
clear.
f6, and white is a pawn up. If you take like this, c8 is hanging.
Yeah.
If you take like this, or even start with queen takes, right?
Yeah.
White takes with the queen, same. Pawn takes not possible. Knight takes.
Rook
You
c8.
take on c8, take on e6, and take the rook, right?
Yeah. It's interesting because there are many options to check, and everything seems to work.
Yeah, so that's exactly why black apparently is looking for another way to play this. Oops, what was that? That was my silly explanation. Rapport here, yeah. Takes, bishop h3. And it's awkward, right? That also the rook is here. Maybe rook c4 here. Okay, so I'm ready to sacrifice the pawn. Go rook c4.
Okay, bishop e6.
Bishop e6, yeah, obvious. Bishop e6, king h8. Queen goes, not sure where it goes.
Let's say d3.
d3. Knight e4, you'll have queen d5, yeah? Knight e4 is not, not threatening enough. Strange. Because maybe this works. Bishop a3 works as in, win the pawn back. Takes, maybe it doesn't, there is no rook c8, yeah? Knight e4, you'll always
queen
have
d5,
something like this. Queen d5.
Oh no, actually it's working. Just queen d5. Bishop d5, rook c3. But
yeah, but that's what I mean. It works, we win some material back, but then the resulting position turns to be 2 pawns down and
yeah, right.
perhaps absolutely lost, right? Rook b8 and bishop f3. Not to a6 because rook b1, but bishop f3, the rook's protected, white should be winning. Also, he didn't castle. So
does he have a right to castle?
Yeah, we'll see. He
does. No move yet.
Because it's not very pleasant. I mean, I'm asking myself if black can actually move the e6 bishop. someplace. Because d5 is not hanging yet, right? The rook on c1 is not protected, so you can play bishop f5 and the pawn cannot be taken.
I liked queen c5, honestly. We couldn't find the drawback.
Yeah, but maybe there is some. Wait a second. If I do this,
no, but always queen a5.
Queen c1 doesn't work. Yeah. Queen a5 check. Right. Because I thought taking on d4, then maybe white once again. I don't know how close he is to like getting something substantial, but it's very solid. Bishop g2, you know, king e2, rook c1.
Yeah.
He can play, but always queen a5 back indeed. So same here, right? Take on e6, f e6, 92. But here we also agreed that you can take over there,
yeah, right?
Check, king d7, knight d4, rook c8. And there is also a check, right? Because otherwise knight e6 or bishop h3 would be an annoying move, but there is always rook c1 check. Yeah, but Dmitry is uncomfortable, interestingly. So if this queen c5 for some reason doesn't work, then we don't have...
Knight e4, g7 was hanging.
Yeah, we couldn't find kind of a viable alternative if this move doesn't really work.
And what about queen c7? How is that?
Queen c7 in order to play bishop e5
or knight e4 and then on queen g7 to have bishop e5, yeah.
Yeah, but I think I always take e6, f e6 and go bishop h3. And somehow the structure is so unpleasant. It's very hard to fix it, right? Like if you have an isolated pawn, you still have a chance to play d4, exchange, and it will be symmetrical. Like this, it's not that easy to fix it. I mean, it might be that this is not a disaster. Queen e7, castle, castle, right? But that's something you don't want to find out how good or bad it is.
I think he's thinking over 20 minutes already. And he decides to castle.
Okay, castle. We were expecting
96.
96 capture and bishop h3. Bishop h3. That's an annoying pawn.
What happens on e5? What did we say?
Queen d2, I guess.
I mean, if black manages somehow to push d4, let's see.
Maybe that's what he does immediately. Maybe that's what he does immediately, so that you are forced to take twice, otherwise those pins are very annoying, right? Bishop c8.
Yeah, just bishops.
dc3.
And there rook c3, I guess.
There's rook c3. Or queen c3.
Or queen c3, yeah. So
yeah, it's hard to believe it works.
Yeah.
Hard to believe it works.
So castle.
So again, 96 bishop h3 seems to be so logical that you don't even want to check other moves.
Yeah, he plays.
So e5 queen d2, we have to agree the rook is hanging. And then I don't know where it goes.
We have it on the board.
Yeah, bishop h3 played. Now you don't even have this option of bringing the queen back, right? So if you want to protect e6, it's got to be rook e8.
Yeah.
Where after castle's short, knight d5 is a threat, as we figured out.
Okay, let's say rook f8, castle, and then black just plays something. Maybe rook c4.
Rook c4 with a tempo, queen d3, right? This. I'm actually tempted to play king f7 at some point. I mean, not guarding the e6 pawn extra time, but also g6 square. But I think e4 is an issue, right, in those cases.
We have a move, and it's king f7 immediately.
King f7 immediately, okay, keeping the rook on f8. Might make a lot of sense. King f7, yeah, because if, say, rook c8, rook c4, another rook to c8 might be the plan, and then rook f to e8 simply would lose a tempo. So king f7 makes sense. White probably has to castle.
Right.
Feeling is that white has to castle. e4, knight takes e4, right?
Yeah, no, white should definitely castle.
And after white castles, I would argue that
rook c4 is a follow-up.
yeah, but I mean, white's position still feels very pleasant. Castles, rook c4, and such moves. But okay, queen d3, say rook c8. Yeah, now there is a pin on the c file. And going knight e2 probably leads to a draw, right? Now take. Maybe knight takes, but that's once again, it's so artificial, right? If rook takes, I'm swapping even more pieces because I take, go queen e1, you go queen f1 automatically, and then who knows? Maybe after queen d2, black claims that he's better. If he doesn't want to, he can always trade.
No, why should somehow... I mean, castle, I believe, is the move, but after rook c4, maybe there is some other square for the queen. But queen d3 feels so natural.
Yeah, so queen d2, I don't see where this discovered attack's gonna work, yeah, for white.
Yeah.
But it seems that the pin is quite annoying, right?
No, queen d3, I think. And now after rook fc8, there should be something.
So here, queen d3, rook c8. Maybe you go away, I don't know, and plan for e4.
Oh, now bishop a3 is never working because of rook a1, right?
Hang on a second. Is there e4? Is it possible that there is e4?
d4?
d4, the bishop's hanging.
Ah, so there is no threat.
Yeah, so my calculation was this, and I think it might work for white. Because rook c1, I actually win material.
Yeah.
Knight d6, knight c8. If rook e4, the rook on c8 is hanging. If d4, I think I just take. Also queen c4 is an alternative, just to mention. Queen c4, rook takes. If I'm taking e4 next move, might be favorable for white, but queen d6 is just stronger because rook c1, bishop e6, right?
Yeah.
Take c8
check,
and like everything.
Yeah, he did castle.
Nope. No, castle short.
Yeah, their e4 seemed to be very strong, so black should probably do something else. Maybe now queen c5, no, but then again queen d3.
Queen d3, queen c4, queen d2, yeah?
Yeah.
No, but that's exactly what I'm saying. This structure, you always gonna get into some sort of tactic. Okay, so let's check one more time. Rook c4, queen to d3, rook to c8, e4. Maybe d4 is what's possible.
No, but as we said, we're not threatening anything with black, so...
dc3, still the bishop is hanging.
Wait, was it played?
Rook c4 is played, yeah. Rook c4 is played. For Rapport, it's, once again, it's only logical that he goes to
d3.
To d3. As I said, technically, queen a7 might be the move, but it's too artificial.
Yeah.
Draking down to 22 minutes. Rapport approaches last half an hour. I don't know, I feel low on energy, kind of tired, so I'm wondering if the players feel the same. It's what? It's March 13, and the first round happened on March 1st of March, yeah. So for those who were involved, I know that there was kind of a free day for everybody.
Yeah.
And then there was a day without tie breaks after the group stage, so players didn't play every day. But still, that's a longer tournament than usually.
Yeah.
You know, so shifting the format might be, confusing.
So actually, Rapport had 3 free days so far, right? So
comfortable schedule. Right?
Yeah.
3 free days. He's on +3 in classical chess out of how many? 8 games.
Out of 8 games.
Or
right.
9 games if we count first game with Andreikin.
With Andreikin, yeah.
Still, +3, not a bad result.
Yeah.
Considering the opposition. So he probably gained some rating with his already monstrous 2760.
Yeah, I believe around 10 points. Maybe 8, 9, 10, something like that.
So approaching 2800. How many players reached 2800 in the history of chess? What do you think? I mean, I'm sure it's less than 10, but the exact number...
Less than 10, more than 5 for sure.
The exact number is somehow... No, like 5 you had sort of older generations. So it's Kasparov, Topalov certainly had 28, Kramnik had 28, and then Anand, it's already 4. Right, or
yes.
Anand never. Okay, with
Sure
Anand, yeah, I mean 2790 for sure, but could be that he never did. Aronian certainly been to 26, 28 plus.
Nakamura is with
Naka. Okay, there is this guy from Norway called Magnus Carlsen.
We're leaving him for
Naka, Mamedyarov, MVL, Giri. I'm guessing not, but. Again, I can't be sure. Ding Liren for sure. Fabiano Caruana and so on. So I think we are like approaching 10 and maybe more than 10.
And now Alireza also.
Alireza also is on 2800.
Yeah. He is number 2 right now. With 28, 2 or 3, I guess. Yeah.
Interesting.
So what is he thinking about? Because queen d3 seems to be really, really natural. Also after queen a7, we might lose after queen c7.
Yeah, but I believe that's exactly what you're calculating, because like this, obviously if black's to move, there is some bishop c5, but also there's a lot of, lot of tactical possibilities, it seems, like this and some 95. Apparently nothing works, right? 92 doesn't even stop you from losing the queen after bishop c5. Yeah, queen d2. Well, technically, queen d2 is possible, right? Maybe some super clever queen d1 to have, don't know, have queen h5 in some lines. But still weird, right? If anything, I would prefer queen d3.
So they did play some moves. Queen
He
d3.
does play queen d3, and black went bishop e5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, bishop e5 on the board.
Bishop e5. Okay. So now, one thing you can try to do, e4 is no longer possible, right? Bishop c3 and then take e4.
I mean, there is taking on d5 intermediate on bishop c3. So.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, let's try to make e4 work. This knight takes e4, right? Knight takes... Even rook c... No, but rook c1, I just take on e4, claim I'm better, right? So you take with the rook. Here, c7 is well protected. It's a tricky position.
And he played knight e2.
Knight e2, okay.
Very fast, actually.
How about b2 pawn?
Yeah, b2 is hanging.
Rook c1, take b2, maybe rook b1.
But then queen a3.
Yeah. So rook takes c1. It only makes sense to take with the rook. If black takes this one, rook b1, yeah. Queen a3. Now if you trade the queens, black will have bishop e7 after this check.
Important.
White probably wins the pawn back, but perhaps not better. But I'm wondering if queen c2 is stronger. So keeping kind of all the threats, right? The bishop's hanging, has to go to e5, and then you take on b7, and then this falls.
Yeah, this is lost.
This is probably, well...
Queen g6? Sure. Queen g6?
Ah, yeah, there is queen g6 as well. It might be just lost. Yeah, you're right. Queen g6, and what, you do knight e8, then
Queen e6, queen e5, yeah.
Oh, yeah, white should be winning.
Yeah, knight e2 is actually a very nice move.
Knight e2. So now the question is a rook to c8, and what we do next. Rook to c8, yeah? Because now there is no knight takes no knight takes e5. Yeah. And black, even though with the loss of a tempo, he wants to trade everything on c1, go queen e1, trade the queens and so on.
Maybe rook c4, just a
yeah, maybe you just take. Then now pawn takes has its merit as well. But for now, let's assume rook takes, controlling the file. Maybe knight f4 or knight d4, right? Knight f4, let's say. Hitting this, if bishop takes, e-pawn takes. Kind of claiming that this is
weakness.
Eternal weakness, yeah. Still not convinced if black is doing that bad. Like knight e4, right, queen c5 or queen b6 maybe to guard this.
Yeah. So yeah, he played rook f8.
Rook f8, yeah. 20 minutes left. A bit more than half an hour for Dmitry Andreikin. It's move 20. Not that easy. On the other hand, understanding that the knight can go to f4 is maybe somewhat helpful. So that means I'm probably not that terrified about black taking on b2, right? So let's say I move the rook away, for instance, rook d1, and then bishop b2, knight f4 looks a bit scary because e6 hanging, and also this check is available.
Right.
So black apparently won't take in this case.
Yeah, but now he just wants to take on c1. White doesn't really want to take with knight, and he also doesn't want to trade the rooks. So I believe rook c4 is making the most sense. Rook c4, rook c4. Yeah, now this e4 is also not an idea anymore. That's also very annoying.
Yeah, I think black managed to kind of shape up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the queen on a5 might not be doing all that much, but queen b6 will potentially be played, defending e6, attacking b2. Do we ever get to this territory when we'll start thinking that black is better? Because, you know, yeah, we are tied down to this idea of e6 being weak and so on, but imagine one thing, imagine queens disappear from the board somehow. And I would say black controls the c file, black is first to attack kind of real weaknesses, which are b2 and a3 pawns.
Yeah.
So in this case, I wouldn't mind having black in this position. So white really has to look for some ways of creating, developing the initiative against the king. Yeah, this knight f4 idea is something that I did like anyway. Like take over here, rook takes, once again, let's leave this pawn takes for later, even though it might be a good move. Knight f4 now needs to take the knight, and ef4. Because there is also f5 in some moment, undermining the d5 pawn.
Yeah, but here, as you said, queen c5 seems to be very strong.
Queen c5, if rook e1,
just knight e4.
Just knight e4, right, and this is hanging.
I mean, black is so well coordinated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And once again, some endgames, like, rook e2, apparently you have some initiative, like check and so on, but even if, right, go queen d4, once again, how can black be worse here? Probably cannot.
So he did capture on c4.
Yep, rook takes c4 played, so now it's up to Andreikin, and yeah, let's not forget, this is also a move. Kind of d takes, push the queen to c2 probably to protect the b2 pawn, and then go for, okay, let's see.
I like rook c4 more.
Yeah, rook c4 with the idea of queen c5, kind of keeping control of the c file. Seems to be more solid in a way, more appropriate than any other move.
I mean, can white ever try to... Okay, so he did capture.
Yeah, he does take with the rook.
Can white try to play f4, maybe? Is that ever an option?
f4, and let's say I'm so naive that I'm taking.
Yeah, and now rook b1.
Rook b1, yeah, but the difference is that our knight's not going to f4, right?
Yeah, but my point was that if I manage to like lure the bishop from this diagonal, then I will have knight d4. But
so this, yeah, you're right. So trade, rook takes b7. Not sure if white's better. He's certainly not worse.
No,
bishop e7, knight d4. Then e6 is falling. And yes, black has this sort of passed pawn, which is so far is not going too far, and white has some sort of kingside attack, strangely, or whatever central attack, but against the king. Yeah. So to such an extent that I'm thinking maybe better move would be to go to g6, and then if you take, to go bishop c5.
Yeah, this is also an option.
Hitting this one.
But after f4, bishop b2, did white have some other
study-like stuff? Check.
This is not.
If you take knight f4.
King h7.
This kind of does, I'm guessing. Check. King g8, king f7, you mean?
Yeah.
And it doesn't, yeah. Bishop e6, taking h7. And knight d5, and we agree a draw again. Yeah, so what was your
so after
idea?
f4, bishop b2, do I have to go to this endgame, or I can somehow...
Queen b3, queen b5.
Queen b5.
Yeah?
But can there be something?
Feels like it's already quite, you know, the position is already quite unbalanced. If white continues pushing, he might overpush easily.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. So f4 is too optimistic.
Yeah, I mean, if there is, like, if you play a move and black takes on b2 anyway and you go knight f4, this is probably where you are, like, better, or maybe much better.
And what about b4 followed by f4?
b4, I guess queen b6.
And then f4.
So that kind of keeping this one protected. f4, I mean, you still want knight d4. Still bishop b2, but then it's very dangerous, right? It's very risky.
Yeah. Rook b1.
And otherwise, yeah, you'll go there. Let's say bishop here, knight d4, and the pawn. Wanted to say the pawn falls, but not really. e5, and it starts to be a mess, right? Bishop e6, queen goes to g6 next move.
It looks very dangerous for black.
Yeah, I agree. And what did he do? Nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
Didn't do anything. Come on. Richard. But yeah, but that's once again, that's much more common, in fact, to have such games in classics, that most of the games that we had, when it would be one side or sometimes both sides playing very fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if it's a proper opening choice and both guys early out of the book, then this is how it goes. So by move 25, they are either in a time trouble or very close to a time trouble.
Right.
And then all the things happening, in fact. Yeah, and I did notice there is quite a few players, even on high level, that doesn't matter how much time you'd give them, they'll spend it. I mean, Grishuk is an obvious example.
Yeah.
So we were sometimes saying that in correspondence chess, Grishuk would manage to come into a time trouble.
Oh,
you know, give him 5 hours for 40 moves, and then he'll spend 4.5 or I don't know, 4:45, and then play last 15 moves in a time trouble.
But besides him, who would be an example?
Well,
because he's the only one who comes to my mind, to be honest.
Really, I mean, maybe depends on the position, not the player. Yeah, maybe he's an exception anyway.
Yeah. So what are the candidates? b4. Actually, after b4, black can maybe go queen a4. That was probably smarter. Because then after f4, bishop b2 will actually threaten the pawn on a3. Right.
So queen to a4. And then let's come up with logical analysis. Okay, queen on a4, what doesn't it do anymore? Doesn't guard this. Wants to go queen c2, yeah. Wants to go queen c2 and say, yeah, that's not what you want. Yeah, f4, now you go bishop b2, f5, e5, yeah. Somehow it all adds up for black. And f4 is such a committal move.
Yeah. No, I mean, if bishop has to go back, then it would make perfect sense. Because
or once again, it's not how it works, but if, let's say, earlier on we threw in this e4 and black captured with the knight and we have a chance to play f5.
This is also
then,
something.
okay, this is kind of a motif, so deflect this e pawn and then capture on d5. But this will not happen because I couldn't find the proper moment to play e4. So here you can still, maybe, no, rook takes fine, yeah? Rook takes just fine.
Yeah, seems to be fine.
Not clear at all. And breaking, by the way, down to 13 minutes.
But it wasn't like that.
It wasn't like that. So the clock updated, or and did it update in the right way, or he was having 20 something, 20 something, and then it got updated to 13. I don't think it's correct. So what? The B tournament quickly.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what? Maksudlu and Navarra. Navarra, as we said, not having too much trouble, it seems. And the third course of the game kind of confirms it, right?
Yeah.
So the bishop is still quite decent.
But
Yeah.
White managed to push d4, which is in his favor, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just that, I mean, optically looks very nice, but it's very hard, well, from the experience I can tell you that it's very hard to control, like, when you push the pawns too far, it's what's called overextended, right? The position is overextended. And there's always going to be some counterplay connected with, I don't know, with some knight moves and so on.
Yeah.
The further you push the pawns, the harder it is to support them. Apparently switched to board 2, yeah, which is Markush with Sugirov. Should be 1 knight d6. That's also very common, transferring this knight from f6, not to d7, but e4 d6, sometimes even e8 d6. Yeah. Bishop f1, once again moving the bishop to a better diagonal. Still some teeny-weeny difficulties with b6 pawn. So like I wouldn't mind, say, going knight b8, bishop a6, but then rook c8 I will have to take with the bishop,
yeah, right.
something that I don't like necessarily.
Yeah.
d5, but that usually is a silly idea to try to solve all the issues at once. Knight a7 to trade the rooks. Bishop b4 to trade the bishops. Yeah, actually black has a lot of options.
Many options.
Down to 18 minutes is our leader. So by move 19, so maybe slight, you know, slight
pressure,
inconvenience.
Yeah.
Slight inconvenience there. Sarana is an exchange down against Ivanišević, or did he sacrifice an exchange? So it was all that, right? Remember, rook going to c5, bishop d5, knight c4, knight a4, and yeah, and he could have gone rook e5 or something.
So it was obviously a sacrifice.
He decided to sacrifice this, queen c6. So he's getting a pawn for it, and quite possibly 2 pawns, right? fe6, fe6. White can try to attack e6 as many times as he can. So it could be 2 pawns for an exchange, which in my books should be at least enough compensation, if not more.
Yeah.
An interesting position here, at least both of them have time on the clock. Yeah. So it was this, Abusatorov. It's much further than that. Yeah, b5, king e7, f4 first, rook d4, rook a4. Okay, that's what he is looking for. Bishop b8, rook c4, king d7. He did not win the pawn, right? Sort of some weird repetition, in fact. Rook c6, bishop d6 still.
Oh, bishop d6. I was also wondering what happens on rook c6.
I mean, it could be some strange, I don't know, Zugzwang of some sort. Well, not really. But now I'm no longer threatening the a7 pawn, so black can go here and stay like this. Yeah, probably just a fortress.
And
Michal Sarin still keeps kind of a marginal advantage. It's getting less and less, it would seem.
Yeah.
Rook d8, exchange on d4, rook c8, exactly as predicted. Queen e2, because rook c2 would be a very strong initiative, and then e5. So apparently giving away the b7 pawn. Not really tricky Injac.
Oh, there's queen f3.
Check, and queen f3. You have rook g1 check.
Right.
So.
But yeah, it's probably just a draw.
Holds it by
Precise
tactical
play.
means. Yeah, rook c1, queen c6 being some sort of a threat.
Yeah, no, it's just, I mean, why would black be worse?
White played e4, blocked everything.
Yeah, we can just go back to the main game because I think they made some moves.
So that was it, yeah?
Yeah,
somehow that's like 5 games, but not anything extra exciting. b4, as you've suggested. b4, what was our trick? If the queen goes here, then f4 and then bishop on b2 would be unstable, and if you move it back, then knight d4. So queen a4, but the method of exclusion, we come to this one.
Queen a4 played.
Queen a4 played,
And now he has 17 minutes, sorry, now he has 19, so I'm getting confused.
So it's updated again. Yeah, queen a4 sounds a little bit kind of off main war theater, right? So, but it's not one-dimensional. It's not only you go to c2, you can return to c6 and maybe e8 if needed.
So what about, I thought knight d4 maybe instead of knight f4.
Yeah, but then exactly this. Takes and queen c2, right? Takes and goes queen c2.
Maybe queen...
Queen e3, queen e4.
Queen e4, there's...
Queen f3, still queen e4, right, if needed. Trade and rook e1, knight e4.
I mean, at least there is rook c6, so I'm not sure that white is better. Doesn't seem like that.
White, strangely, might potentially be lost, because d4 might happen to be kind of more challenging to defend than e6, right?
Yeah.
So what's the plan? Rook c1 now is technically a move. You take, you go bishop b2 though. Not as easy.
No, this looks bad.
Looks like white drops the pawn.
Yeah.
And also queen a3 offers the queen straight. So after this, it's sort of a tempo, and you're not getting too far. And probably you can still claim that you are playing with this and knight f4.
Actually, but there is queen e7 always. I thought
Knight f4, not a check,
yeah.
but knight f4. Knight f4 first, using the fact that the bishop is there. And the threat is obviously check and queen g6, or the hope is, right?
Right.
Somehow I don't believe in this line at all.
How was it? Rook
was
c1.
this straight? Yeah, I mean, you're not forced to go for it, right? You can maybe return to c6. One day you might actually play g5, intending g4, just to shut down the diagonal. Okay, he goes knight f4. Black will capture, I believe. Technically, rook c6 is an option, but why would you? No, it's not. It's not. Queen g6 check. Yes, he's forced to capture. he's forced to capture.
So EF4, I guess there is no need to think of GF4.
No, I mean you can play GF4, but it's not clear why it's better.
It's clear why it's worse.
Yeah, and the E file stays closed, so it's kind of easier to mention the downsides of it. Kind of easier to mention the downsides of it. Somewhat mysterious once again. And now Rapport's time, can you see, shifted to 17 minutes, which once again, I don't think it's accurate. Don't think it's accurate, but I'll see. Okay, so what do we do? Shall we try to survive to the time trouble stage? Bishop takes, pawn takes. Okay, they are speeding up a little. Now, once again, time for Andrejkin to decide. Queen c2 looks... you know what? Queen c2, queen e3, and then to a7. Something like the b6, right?
Yeah, actually that's... Yeah, this is nice.
This, threatening the pawn. Rook e4, queen b6 or a7. Queen e4.
Same.
Specifically queen b6. Yeah, d4 you might say. But d pawn is not running too far, right? Bishop b7.
There is bishop g2, yeah.
So bishop g2 and then b7 falls. Interesting. Maybe black has to be
precise.
Has to be careful, right?
Okay, rook e1 is it a threat? There is rook e4 and then rook c1, so...
Yeah, that's one thing. Then going knight e4 runs into f5 again.
Right, yeah.
I'm not sure if it's any good.
And what about queen c6 here?
That's what I'm discussing with myself. This.
And rook e4.
Rook e4. Yeah, maybe.
Because now I don't have rook c1.
Yeah, because I was thinking this, surprisingly.
But bishop is...
Check, yeah. And this is what I was struggling with. Because it looks like black is winning, but I have difficulties convincing myself.
Yeah, this is...
But probably black is winning, because this is hanging with a check.
Yeah, exactly.
And e6 is hanging.
Yeah, strange.
It's actually possible to miss, because king e7 is not by far not the obvious move, right? You go on the discovered check and also like on the queen and stuff, but the fact that rook on e1 is hanging with a check works for black.
So he did play queen
He did play queen c6, yeah. But he doesn't need to be fancy, right? I mean, he can go rook e4, as you said. Or knight e4, in fact. Because also what other thing, what queen from 6 does, it protects d5. So now if you do this, black can just play e5.
Yeah.
And then, and black is well coordinated after queen c6. And let's not forget, d pawn is a passed pawn. So the more pieces I'm exchanging, like I swap the rooks, right? And then all of a sudden I might start thinking, it's a passed pawn. Maybe it will go forward one day.
I actually start liking black.
Yeah, and kind of the closer we get to an end game, the more relevant is the fact that the king is on f7, maybe not only protecting the pawn, but kind of getting in play. It's less less exposed on f7 with only 3 pieces being on the board. Yeah, could be that.
I mean, what does white do? That's my question, because now black, if let's say white doesn't do anything, black will just play rook c3, I guess, rook c2, entering with queen. I mean, many options. Knight e4 also.
Yeah, but even to play rook c1 and trade the rooks,
it's completely
and you claim, okay, I'm not worse till the end of the game, right? I can only be better. It's a bit of a tight spot for Richard. I believe objectively black is not better. White has to have the way to equalize. But even to talk about white looking for a way to equalize sounded unreal a couple of years ago.
No, what's the move for white?
Probably has to allow simplifications and just look for the end game where he's not worse.
He did play
Queen e3. Okay, doesn't allow simplifications yet. If rook c3, bishop e6 check is the move. Okay.
Does it work? King
yeah,
e7?
this time it does. This bishop e6, and after king e7 there is queen e5, right? And still white attacks the rook.
Yeah.
White still attacks the rook.
And rook e4, he's planning to go where?
Yeah, rook e4, I don't know.
Queen a7?
Queen a7 is kind of the only sane attempt not to repeat. Yeah, the queen was where? On d3?
Yeah.
Queen was on d3, so after rook e4, I mean, what can you do? I mean, you can go queen d2, but what's the... Ah, wait a second. Queen d2, if I return, then it's rook e1. I don't have rook c1. Yeah, I still have rook e4 though, or knight e4. Yeah. It's really strange.
But queen a7 is also not attacking anything.
So rook e4, queen a7. Maybe it just stays there irritating, like targets this. Funny enough, protects f2, because in some lines I actually thought that f2 might be a target. Especially when the knight would go to e4. How about black going knight e4? f3. f3 is such a move that also weakens a lot of stuff. Yeah, I feel like this might be, if not straight up chance for Andreikin, but kind of the turning point in this game, that if he plays well, he might get a chance. And I wonder if the time is accurate right now, because it's not a time trouble, kind of not a massive time trouble yet, but being with less than 15 minutes on 15 moves with black is a bit less that you'd prefer in a position like that.
Yeah.
And I still cannot forget the crazy game between MVL and Rapport. Second game was, the same game with pawn races and started with the funny opening line and then the pawn race and newborn queens and this perpetual check. Yeah. So I wish we could see more of those.
Yeah, and actually, in this game where Rapport won with this rook c3 idea, the same idea was repeated day after in our B tournament between Sarana and Ivic. And Ivic played, as you said, this bishop g instead of e5, bishop g4 and rook a d8. Yeah, so very easy draw. It worked, yes.
Interesting. Yeah. But that's the case with Grunfeld. Like, you can't really refute Grunfeld, right? It's just that a player with black, he has to hold such a wide perimeter, right? So basically, I mean, in some lines, you have you know, one line to remember, all the rest you can play. In the Grunfeld, it's up to 10 systems, right, which are sharp, and if you don't remember, then you're out. Black just played knight e4, okay. Knight e4.
I mean, I guess white will have to play f3 at some point, because...
Yeah, if he doesn't, then rook c3 disturbs you, then rook c1, if you swap the pair of rooks, then f2 is weak. So it feels like f3 is the move, right?
Maybe
Where
bishop g2 is
bishop g2 to take the knight.
Yeah.
But that's, completely switching to, like, let's make a draw attitude.
Yeah. But it might not be bad attitude.
Yeah. Might not be that silly, exactly.
So if f3, what will black do? Probably rook c3.
Not that many options, right? I mean, you have rook c3, you have knight c3, interestingly, which leaves the e pawn. So that's what I don't like. Rook e1, and actually, the pawn falls. But nah.
Too much.
Check. That's too much. So yeah, not knight. The knight f6 or rook c3. Yeah, but rook c3, queen d4, rook c4. You have to kind of have to repeat, right? And then
there's queen
e5.
No, but queen b6 now.
Now you have queen b6 and also knight d2 in some cases. Yeah, f3 is also that kind of a move that you have to be careful about.
Yeah, he did play f3.
He did play f3, right? So I strongly suspect that rook c3, rook c4 just makes a draw, to be honest. I mean, rook c3.
Yeah, rook c3
rook c3 played. Yeah, queen d4 looks automatic to me.
Yeah,
I mean, you can go to a7.
No, but then knight d2.
But then knight d2, and also this is targeted. No. You have to control the d2. And yeah, that was my argument for a draw, because you go here, rook c4, and this also runs into knight d2, so you might as well just go back.
Okay, so on rook c3, he can now go queen e1, maybe. Is that a possibility?
Rook c3, queen e1, yeah. But then again, it's a check, and rook e3. Let's say, I don't know where the kings go. Rook e3 and knight c3, for instance. And then your pieces are not kind of coming back to activity, right? Also, it's not clear where this queen is going. This knight d2, queen h7, no threats. No. It's actually just looks bad. Looks bad. So rook c3, queen d4, obviously.
So you think we're gonna see a repetition?
Might be. I don't see the way from. It's almost like black is better. Almost like black is better if he would have a move. But here, like the only alternative to rook c4 is going back on f6 with the knight, which is sad, and there is also rook e1, and it might not only be sad, but bad. So rook c4, and for white, it's not much he can do. Yeah, queen c3, so controls the diagonal.
Yeah, queen.
Wait, but queen was already on e3, right?
It was.
So that's already a second time this happens. And then rook c3 from Andreikin, queen d4 will be second time this position's on the board. And then, as we agreed, black doesn't have a move. So...
Getting closer to a tiebreak.
Getting closer and closer to a tiebreak, yeah. Rook c3, queen d4. So... If rook c4,
it's not yet a threefold. White can claim
white
after
can
queen e3.
Claim, yeah. White can write down queen e3 and claim.
Right.
But once again, as we figured out, black is not in the position, it seems, to try to avoid.
Yeah.
Black is not in the position to try to avoid. Knight d6 here technically is something that we didn't discuss, but once again, I mean, I'm worried for rook e1 in all those positions.
Yeah.
Wait a second. Rook e1, it's the good old rook c1 trick. Not after knight d6, but after knight f6. Go back to f6, and rook e1, I still have this silly thingy. Check, king e7, double exclamation mark. Winning the bishop.
Yeah. No,
But black's not forced, right? Sorry, white's not forced. f3.
You mean white is not forced to go rook
to go
e1?
rook
Yeah.
e1, yeah. But what does he do?
Maybe f5? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, now you can play f5, there is no e5. Yeah, that's the feeling. I mean, if you insist on playing on, you might be playing on worse position, right?
No, I don't think he will. He will mind the draw.
Undraking? Yeah.
I mean, since it's not really clear how he continues, if there is a clear continuation, then I would doubt, but now. Yeah,
Rook
so
c4
he did play rook c4.
From Raput's perspective, yeah, he can double check and ask the arbiter.
Or think if he wants to.
Yeah, well, technically, yeah, that's not yet a
Yeah,
free
yeah.
fold. So he can try queen e5, he can try queen a7 as we agreed. Queen e5, though, runs into check that we were not happy with. Queen b6, sorry, queen a7 doesn't run into any kind of checks, but knight d2 is annoying, yeah? And if queen e5, knight d2 is also an option.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Not even clear what. Queen a1. Queen b2, rook c2, queen a1, yeah.
No, queen a1 always.
Yeah, you also don't want to clear this diagonal, right? Because queen b6 check feels like it improves black's situation very much. And then it's very easy to figure out, because the only two squares you're not leaving this diagonal are e3 and d4. Yeah, queen a7. You have to combine controlling the diagonal and the d2 square.
This square.
And then you have exactly two squares to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so last awkward moment, Raput double checking if it's a threefold. And once again, I don't know, from psychological standpoint in a 2 games match, what do you do? Do you play queen e3 and wait for your opponent? Because, well, by that point you probably made sure that he neither can escape the repetition, or you just write it down and ask the arbiter.
Yeah.
Yeah, because by some, I don't know, it might be a little bit childish, but by some it'd be viewed like he was sort of afraid of continuing, right? I mean, if you see the threefold repetition and you write down, ask the arbiter, it almost feels like, yeah, I'm not certain, so let's stop this game right here. So maybe I will lose if I will continue playing, which is not the case here.
Yeah, I believe he just plays queen e3 and they handshake.
It's also move 29, so if he plays queen e3, Andreikin can reply with rook c3 and offer a draw, because there'll be 30 moves made by both players, right?
Yeah.
It's plain and simple. It's not yet official, but a gentle reminder that we will know the winner of Belgrade Grand Prix tomorrow on tiebreak, it seems.
Yeah.
So, one more time. 2 rapid games. We haven't had Blitz yet.
Yes, yeah, we
haven't had Blitz. but we'll see.
But there was no blitz in Berlin as well, I guess.
No.
Yeah.
No. Well, I'm trying to recall. Was there blitz in Berlin? The group stage had 2 tiebreaks. So for this, I don't quite remember. It was Wojtaszek with Rapport, and it was Wesley So with Dominguez. So I'm not sure if none of those had the blitz.
Yeah, maybe they had.
I'm sure Hikaru won without blitz.
And Aronian won without blitz.
No, I mean Hikaru won against Aronian in the final.
Yeah, without, yeah.
There was no blitz, yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I hope this clock is correct also, because he might also have 20 minutes or something.
Yeah, I mean, he's in his right. That's exactly what you call a free roll situation, right? So when you have draw in the pocket and you are free to think, and if you come to the conclusion that the position doesn't promise you much, and you still have like 30 seconds on the clock, you can write down the move and claim a draw.
I'm curious if he is thinking still about the position at this point, because it seems very clear that there are no alternatives. It looks very dangerous for white, also optically, right?
Okay, let's try, because that perhaps is the only sensible alternative.
Yeah, just
92. So no rook e1, rook f2 needs to be played. Then the knight's hanging.
Rook c1,
rook
king
c1,
g2.
king g2.
No, there should be something.
So b7 is hanging. Maybe it's not, maybe it's not as bad.
Yeah, knight c4 here.
Rook e2. Attacking this. Yeah, actually we got lost a little bit in the woods. Yeah. Queen to a7. And rook e1 is a motif, actually.
No, knight e2 feels like a move. Now rook f2.
Maybe this is what you do, but it's a little bit shaky. Then he can go back to e3. Then you go d4. This is where it gets confusing, I have to say. Then you take with the queen, right? And this, and queen d7.
What is this? I guess king f8.
King f8.
But there's queen d6.
You are actually winning this way, yeah? Check and check from a 5.
Yeah.
Very strange. I mean, very strange line. I don't know how we ended up there. It was a very strange line. So queen a7, knight moves, and rook e1 if knight doesn't move to d2. If knight does move to d2, then it's... wait. Again. Queen a7. Let's say I go knight f6. Double check. Rook e1, still rook c1 works. Right?
Yeah.
Still rook c1 works. And you'll have to return, and we'll trade the rooks. Knight is not ideal, but still I believe black is not risking much. But after 10 minutes spent, one does go queen a7, no?
Yeah.
I think he will. He will.
You think he will go queen a7?
Yeah, I mean just to kind of justify why the
yeah,
time
but
was
if
spent.
the time is correct, playing that position, having 5 minutes,
You mean so there is
10 more moves.
still a danger that he blunders something?
No, I think he's going to repeat. But yeah, we couldn't really figure out after Queen e7 exact refutation for black. He is actually checking the score sheet. Yeah, okay, you want to make sure actually that you can claim, because otherwise why to get down to 4 minutes? I'm really curious what will happen.
Yeah, maybe it's a little revenge.
For yesterday,
for yesterday's Andreikin's thoughts in this rook endgame. Who knows? Maybe that's a little bit of psychological pressure as well. I know that I can make a draw, but you don't. So let's wait and see. Let's wait and see.
We switched accidentally.
That's because I've pressed something, and here we are.
Yeah, I believe he is going to repeat. Now he is getting down to 3 minutes.
If the time's correct.
If the time is correct. But based on his body language, I would say it is. Because he seems to be a bit...
Yeah, and also, like, I'm checking the clock. It's 25 minutes till the time control must be accomplished. Then 20 minutes will be added to both players' clock for completing it. Yeah, so it's roughly correct. I mean, I think it's.
No, you definitely go
got
queen.
to be this.
Queen e3.
Do you do it in 1 minute? Then?
No, because there is always 0.5 percentage that you didn't write correctly, that it's not threefold, so just make sure to have some time. No, now definitely it's clear he will repeat, because who would play this position having 2 minutes?
Maybe his name is Richard Trapot. These guys who play it on seconds. Yeah, okay. So this. Can I do knight d6?
Rook e1?
Same having this rook c1 trick.
No, but does it work? It doesn't work now. There is bishop e6 and queen e3.
Yeah, the bishop is not hanging. You're absolutely right. There's queen e3, I'll take, you'll take, yeah, and the bishop is not hanging. So I need the knight on f6 for that.
He played something else.
Queen e5, okay.
I'm shocked, honestly.
Okay.
I'm shocked. No, because...
Does play queen f5, but now what we said was a check, right? And then some knight d2. I'm actually confused, really. There's a lot of stuff. Check knight d2, also there was supposedly something else.
Okay, so what happens on queen b6 first? Queen b6?
King h1, I guess.
So we can see the times are, the clock is correct. So that's...
queen b6,
yeah.
King g2, I thought loses to this and this. Okay, loses maybe a bit too harsh, but loses an exchange. And I don't know if f5 is enough pawn to play.
No, but that's not what you would play, right?
Yeah, exactly. You won't go for it, right?
Yeah, sure.
You won't go for it anyway.
So queen b6, then king h1, I guess. And then knight f2, I guess he wants...
So
he has...
check
yeah,
here.
king h1.
Yeah, like
He has
knight
rook
f2,
f2.
rook f2, and
This should
I mean,
win.
he certainly has the perpetual in the question.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
he has more, in fact.
He should
Check
be able to win.
and queen d6. And again, bishop gets to e6 with a check, and we figured out a checkmate from there. All right, what's the B plan for Andrei? Can give a check, and probably still should give a check. I kind of like this check.
And knight d2, maybe?
Knight d2.
But then rook
But then
e1.
rook e1. And then knight f3 loses to bishop e6, right? Once again, doesn't have
A nice square.
doesn't have a nice square. Rook is kind of useless on c4 in all of those lines.
No, I mean, maybe... no, but then f5 comes. I thought after queen b6, king h1, he can always try to protect with rook c6. So let's say knight d2 here, and then rook e1, rook c6. But there's always f5, and it's just...
Yeah,
it's
f5's painful.
Yeah.
And maybe he just takes the diagonal, and then, then you'd be surprised, returns to f6. But wait a second, if he returns to f6, he loses to rook e1. And well, doesn't lose to rook e1, he has rook c6, right?
But as we said after
But then f5, you'll have to take, bishop takes, it's clear that white who is trying, and now this one is the weak king.
Yeah.
The knight on f6 is restricted, queen e7, bishop g6 is a threat. Maybe we spoke too soon.
He is about to play.
Okay, the alternative could be to go knight d2 immediately. Okay.
And f5.
f5. Okay. This is something. So not rook f2 because of God knows what, but f5.
Okay, so the first question is knight f1, I guess.
Yeah,
But
not a bad question. Knight f1.
I guess f e6.
Pawn takes. You don't want to drop this one, so I'm guessing it's king g8. And then what do? You go here.
Queen e8 is...
And it's game, yes. So here, check and collect. Collect the rook, even if the pawn is not promoting. Maybe it's promoting. Who cares?
No, but this looks good for
Yeah,
white.
that's winning. That's winning.
That's
check,
winning.
Check, and I mean, you could take the rook. I think this is like wins immediately because c8 is covered. No, queen takes is queen takes is not an option even. Is ef5 an option? But then queen takes, no queen f6, right? So got to go here, I'm guessing. Unless you can run away.
But rook e1.
I can't understand. Yeah, rook e1, king d8, exactly. That's what I was
That looks so
kind
scary.
of debating. Yeah, probably lost, should be lost, right?
Yeah.
So that means takes here, king g8, and rook e1. No checkmate threat just yet, but somehow... you know what? Rook c1. Is rook c1 an option here? Queen e6, and then you just don't take, but go king h8, whatever.
King h8, yeah.
It's messy all of a sudden, because rook c1, yeah. I mean, one thing white can do is go king f2, and then you know, the knight is kind of got stuck, d5's hanging, and the king is in danger.
He actually took on
He takes on f1, but how's that? I thought it was lost, no?
No, but probably he has some other squares in
Check.
g8.
Where he's going?
I think f8 here.
E8.
E8.
E8. Brilliant. Okay, he goes to E8.
I guess queen g7 is possible.
Queen g7. Whoa.
I mean, there is a threat, queen f7, e7.
Yeah, I agree. But maybe queen c, so the results show this. You also have to be careful because like this, if you go here, one might be shocked with knight g3 and then rook c1, you know.
Right.
So who knows who's winning there? Let me tell
Queen
you this.
g7 played.
Queen g7 played, right. So now, after queen g7, queen c7 is... I mean, it's not very ambitious, I must say, because at the very least, white will have some perpetual, or give a check on g6, take the knight on f1, and continue the game, right? So if you want to continue in ambitious fashion, it's a check here. And then, I don't know where the king's going.
I mean, maybe it's possible to take on f1 with the king, actually. And then king e2.
Oh, king e2. The king's going towards the rook.
Yeah.
This is unfair.
Yeah, this might win,
This
actually.
is... Oh, wait a second.
Oh, no.
Queen b5, king d2 or something.
Yeah, king d2, I
mean,
thought.
This
King
is
d2.
crazy. And if check king d1, I'm out of checks, and you still have... Okay, taking back all the criticism. It is a very entertaining game after Rapport went for this f5 thing.
And actually, king e8 seems to be red.
Yeah, king e8. Computer assistant says that it's a bad move, but we don't know what good move was. What the good move was, but yeah.
No, very, very impressive by Rapport. I mean, the decision to continue the game, it's really nice to see. Yeah, maybe queen c7. What did we say on queen c7?
Queen c7 looked scary. That's what I said. At the very least, I can give a check. I mean, some check, because that's also a check, right? Like check king e7 and take on f1. Queen b6, queen e6 in this case. It's so complex. Is there a kind of a clear win? Or g6? Yeah. I mean, first of all, this checks. This check. Queen e7, right?
No, here it seems like black escape.
No, it doesn't work, yeah.
So this queen c7, there should be something, maybe some e7. Is it possible? It doesn't seem to work. Yeah. Queen b6 played. This is 7.
Queen e7, check here. How does it work? Let's see.
Yeah, it doesn't probably. Maybe
Queen.
Maybe queen d5. Is it possible?
And like you're a rook down, but this is hanging, like everything's hanging. Yeah, and even if you protect against checkmate, now I take on f1. Yeah, could be. So him in a time trouble, he went with a check. King takes f1. Rook c7 as an idea.
Rook c7, then e7.
And rook takes queen g8, you mean. But then I might be back to those checks. I also thought I found the other way, but might not be the other way. Because if you go to d8 or f8, it's e7 winning the queen, right? So check, check, but probably, who knows? I mean, a check from here, if you go check from here, then f4, then bishop g2, my head explodes. Okay, king f1, then Draken's also down to 2 minutes. 34 moves made. Yeah, move 34 for Andrakin to play. So.
Wait, what about queen c7 now?
Queen c7 now, the difference being that if you go e7, you are not allowed the quiet move, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, you're right. Or check on c1 and queen c7 if you prefer this, right? But probably queen c7 so that everything's protected. And also, it might be important to guard f4, yes, so queen c7 now. Are you checkmating this king is the question. Like, if I give, I don't know, million billion checks and end up taking h6. Or maybe I don't need million billion, maybe I give one check and maybe I play this and run to h3. And it's also not a fun position to play, right? I mean, I'm not sure if exactly this check on g6, but I mean, general idea, put the bishop on f5, protect c2, and try to run with the king to h3. That seemingly gives white quite a promising position.
And then Draken is down to 1 minute.
I think he's actually surprised with the fact that king f1 and the king is kind of going towards the rook. It's not much you can do, right?
I think queen c7 is forced because rook c7, e7, I think is just... he gives check first.
Okay, rook c1 check first, king e2.
It's forced.
So unless there is some brilliant out of this world perpetual, rook e1.
No, but I don't believe
does he want to say it's a perpetual and queen e3? Okay. So the king is not hiding here, that there'll be queen e3 and a perpetual, so the only chance to hide is to go here, right?
No, but this can't be.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, obviously king d1, right?
Yeah, you can't hide. I mean, king f1, how's... Oh yeah, he went king d1, so...
Yeah, king d1, say queen d3,
king c1.
King c1, and this check. Where do you hide?
King b2, let's say.
King b2, and he gives... so this check, you actually go forward. And you go forward and so on. And it's exactly the way Andrakin ran away against Baccarat. Right. If you give this check, then I guess king a1. And wait a second. I'm getting confused.
No, but yeah, even king b... I want to say king b3, but I see queen c4.
Queen c4, yeah. This way I'm keeping you inside.
No, but queen will at some point.
But yeah, but will there be this some point? Because it's a check.
King a2.
King a2, right. And here it works, right? If I was able to give a check on c4 for me in this position, that'd be a draw.
Yeah, so could we do it? King c1.
Yeah, but it feels like I don't have a check here because queen c4 here, white goes other direction, right?
Right.
And then hopefully gets to e3, f4, and runs away. Kind of runs away. So king c1, queen e3 is on the board. Queen e3 is on the board. Now, if you go king b1 here, then this seems to be a draw, right? But also, there's kind of a B plan. Oh no, it's the B plan, never mind.
It's checkmating.
Never mind, yeah, it's a check. Yeah, for some reason I was thinking you will have to block, I take on h3 and I'm alive, but I'm not, because you go king b3, when I take it's a checkmate. Okay, queen a3, but king b2 once again, right? Queen e2, queen d2, doesn't matter. I know, it does. Check here, where do you go? Ah, this. Now I block with the queen, so queen d1, I go here. And this is where you're supposed to give a check from c4,
yeah,
because
that's what
queen c2, I have this. No, I think it's done, yeah. I think it's done. Queen b2, queen c4, and this, and the bishop is still alive, covering f1. So after all, it seems, yeah, it seems that
we're not gonna see
Rapot is about to win, right? 38.
Actually, now they will also get time. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the key moment. Unless we miss something really simple. We are still not sure if rook e1 was a decisive mistake and possibly like queen c7 or queen c7 one move earlier was good enough, right? So it's clearly that when Rapot repeated it a couple of times, I think he kind of made Andreikin feel and made us think that, yeah, okay, tiebreak tomorrow and so on. And also Andreikin, and then this, shift of pace, this going queen e5, f5. Apparently there was a defense, but Andreikin couldn't find it. So one more time, what would be the concern of the king b2? Queen e2 check? And yeah, that's exactly what I was struggling with. King a1, and then after both checks, I go to a2, and I block with the queen. Right?
It just looks lost.
Yeah, Rapot goes king b1. Okay, fine.
Queen d3.
Queen d3. But you go to a1 now, right?
But then queen a3.
Ah, queen a3. Hang on. Let's not forget there is this pawn also.
So I'm getting confused. Wait.
b2, queen e2, and then to a1.
That's
queen d2 still to a1, right?
Yeah.
So your task is to go to a2, and for black not to have queen c4. I think that's. Yeah, so any other check and you go to a2, you win.
I think he goes.
He's gone king c1.
Yeah, he just wants to get 40.
But wait a second, take on a3. Or like taking on a3 doesn't make any sense, you mean, right? I mean, queen b2 and still a bunch of extra material. All right, check on e3, and Richard Rapot starts to think. Let's move 40, extra 30 minutes on each other's clock. And I don't know, I mean, are we blind? Is it just a perpetual? I think we will give Richard Rapot time, right?
Sure.
We've today kind of made less breaks. We've survived the time control. It's already been 3 hours and almost 3 hours 40 minutes of a broadcast, and now even if there is no way of escaping perpetual, Rapot will spend quite some time
for sure
trying to find it. So I think we'll go for a quick break, and if Rapot makes a move, we'll quickly try to run back and not to miss the end of this game, whatever it's going to be. Right, so stay tuned, guys. Richard Rapot thinking, we think that he has a winning position.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are back to the final classical game of Belgrade Grand Prix, which might as well be the last game.
Yeah.
Seems Richard Rapport will find a way of escaping perpetual check, and that would mean he'll win second game and the match against Dmitry Andreikin. After the time control has passed, only one move being made. Yeah, after queen e3, king went to b2. I think we had this position already. No, first he went to b1.
Yeah, and then back to
b3
c1.
and back to c1 and now to b2. So how exactly does he win? Because we keep saying he's winning.
Yeah, king...
check, right? Queen d2 check.
anything. King b1, let's say.
King b1, queen d3.
And now queen...
King a2, queen c4. Check and queen e2, and we've been there, right? I know, now he can try to run this direction.
Right.
Wait a second, is it that simple? Now I'm getting confused. Because first, I thought it's possible to get like here, here, and here. It would be easy way, right? And then just block with the queen. But this is not how things work. After this, queen d3 check will be played. So now king a1 allows black, in fact, to take the pawn and then return back to d3.
So it has no point.
Yeah, it has no point at all. Well, maybe somewhere you will go to a3.
Mm-hmm.
So
you mean to sort
like
of free the square for the king.
Let's imagine this loses for some reason, right? And then check here, and then check, and here. Queen d3, no, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
After this check, at the very least, there is queen b5, and I'm sending you back, right? Mm-hmm. So how is that? Queen d2, king a1.
King a1.
Check goes here. Now queen c4 is the only check, not to allow queen b2. And then this check.
Yeah, now king b.
King c3, right? No, king b3, queen c4.
No, I thought king b1.
King b1. But then queen d3 back.
It's same position.
It's the same position. So to avoid the same position, we have to do this, but then queen d3 and queen e2.
No, how did they come to that position where queen c3 was not possible?
Wait.
There was some key position where queen c4 check was not.
Check.
Yeah.
This queen c1, queen
then
c4.
Queen king b1. And what did we say?
King b1, queen d3. And wait, and after queen d3, he went to c1, but we kept saying what? a2, queen c4. Here, queen d2. Can it be that it's just an optical illusion and it's some perpetual check? That'd be funny. That'd be funny because to confess, we even kind of checked with the engine. Engine was saying it's winning, and then you turn not to check the moves, right?
Yes, exactly.
Because it's just okay. It says it's winning. It shouldn't be that hard, but sometimes if it's a tricky perpetual check, like not straightforward, but all over the board, right? And the engine is kind of not deep enough to realize. It might claim that white is winning while the reality is different.
Yeah.
That'd be funny.
No, I'm sure we found some refutation before we made the break.
So this, and this. Okay. And then if queen d1, we go here.
This is it.
And if not queen d1, we block.
We block.
Okay, so king just needs to go to b3.
Right.
This is it.
But we will give check from e2 then. How was it? Instead of king b2, instead of queen d2, queen e2.
Queen e.
King b2, queen
king
e2.
b2, queen e2. But then king a1 is possible. Exactly, this is what I was looking at. King a1 is possible. Now, in order to have a check on c4 when I go to a2, you need to give this check, and this check is blocked.
Right.
So you give check to one of those squares, and then I go to a2, and I block next move. Confusing, but not really. Okay, king b...
Queen d2 played.
King b2, queen d2 played. So now king b3 is good enough, it seems, right?
Yeah, he went to a1.
What?
He went to a1.
Went to a1? But that's... also sort of funny triangulation, right?
Yeah.
Also getting him there. Also getting him there. Because, queen d1 now doesn't make sense. Or e1, because you go to a2 immediately after this, you go to a2. Again, check from c or d2.
Will be covered by queen b2.
Wait a second, can this be? I mean, I don't believe. King a1.
King a1, yes.
King a1 and
exactly.
Still the bishop's here.
Yeah.
Once again, Rapport not willing to show the most convenient way, perhaps, or the most convincing way, and therefore Andreikin kind of keeps fighting. Check, king a2, but now, now it seems everything, all the pieces of the puzzle assembled together.
Queen c4.
Quickly, black, I mean, there's nothing to discuss for black. King b2, queen e2 check, and then king a1 once again. So he clearly made it. And now, any checks that black gives allows white to go king a2 and block b2. On b2 on the very next move.
Yeah. No, it's always tough to see these moments.
Yeah, and it all looked fine for Andreikin, I have to say. So if I'm to cheat a little bit and to check what was going on. F5. Apparently king e8 was kind of a serious mistake.
Yeah.
Now it's actually too late. Anyway, to sum things up, it was a good tournament for Dmitry Andreikin, who wasn't a favorite to qualify from the group. Not only he qualified from the group, but also beat Anish Giri once again. The match where he was an underdog.
Right.
And Richard Rapport scores +4 in classical chess. Never had to play the tiebreak. So outstanding performance, right?
Yeah.
So what was it at the end of the day? 8 games? Oh, no. 10 games.
10 games.
Right?
10 games.
6
in the group stage.
6 in the group stage. So
Two
+4 out of 6 games. Very
and that's
impressive.
very impressive.
Very impressive. +4, not a single loss, and arguably not a single bad position.
Yeah. He was never in trouble.
Yeah, so that's actually quite a result. So he will have a win and a loss on tiebreak and not tiebreak. He will have a win and the semi-final.
Yeah.
He'll have the win and the semi-final. So
that's probably going to be enough.
It's arguable. Look, so for the winner of first Berlin, we have Nakamura. So if Nakamura makes it out of the group, they equal in points, right?
Yes.
And there also gonna be a winner of Berlin. So if, for instance, Andreikin wins Berlin, the third leg, so Andreikin will have high. Yeah, so it's a very good result, but with 16 players in such a limited, number of tournaments, right? So it's a good chance, but it's not guaranteed. Like making one semi-final and winning one tournament, it's not guaranteed. So basically, he insured himself. So who can overtake him on the other hand? It's got to be
Hikaru.
It's got to be Hikaru losing in final to Andreikin. I think that could be mathematically the only possibility that Rapport doesn't make it. Or it could be a tie, right? I mean, someone who's been to semi-final wins the last event, or let's say someone random wins the last event and Hikaru only makes it to semi-final.
Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, it's a very good result and it's a very good chance to qualify. And Dmitry Andreikin, has a inner dialogue with himself. Queen F1 check. That's the only mechanism which would allow him to continue with perpetual if the king goes to A2. But this queen was taken, and that was the end of it. Richard Rapport wins tournament in Belgrade, the Grand Prix, the only local participants.
Yes, I wanted to say, I have to say that I'm really happy. As
we, so kind of, on his own soil, wins the event without a single loss, without a need to play a single tiebreak. Anyway, congratulations to both, I have to say.
Sure.
For Andreikin, he was much more nervous, right? Coming from the group, he had to win this crazy game against Bakro. Then it was a nerve-wracking tiebreak against Geary. Right. Okay, so players having a discussion. I believe we will have, of course, the press conference. Not sure with both players, but certainly with the winner.
Certainly with Rapport,
Yeah, we are waiting for that, and this will be the end of our show, the end of our cooperation. So while we are waiting, maybe, let's wish everyone good health and enjoy chess. Follow Grand Prix. Follow the next event, which will be Berlin, starting not that.
I believe in maybe 2 weeks.
It's like in a week.
In a week?
In a week or something. Yeah.
Already in a week.
Starts very, very soon. Starts very, very soon. And hope you enjoyed the show. Hope you enjoyed the games. And once again, waiting for the press conference, and that will be our time to say Belgrade. Time to say goodbye. So how was it, Teodora? Tell me. I know you were stressed at the very beginning, but I think we've done reasonably good job.
I think it improved as days were sort of passing by. In the beginning, I was really frightened, but now I feel good, and I'm kind of sad that it finished actually. But
there is nothing, nothing that will stop us from cooperating in the future. So I believe we'll have more chances to talk about chess and not only chess together.
Yeah.
Yeah, so most memorable game from this tournament, I still wonder. I mean, there have been quite a few, like they tend to erase from memory as soon as it finishes, but apparently Andreikin's win against Bakro wasn't entirely kind of sound, but there was a lot of thrill.
Yeah.
Also, Rapot's escape against MVL, still that was quite a huge one. Okay, so Rapot wins. As you can see, there will be no tiebreak tomorrow. Will be an extra free day for us, sort of, right? Departure day, closing ceremony day, whenever you call it.
Right. So tomorrow is the closing ceremony, right?
I believe so, because they were planning to have the tiebreak, and apparently the closing ceremony was scheduled after the tiebreak. So now, since no tiebreak, maybe they'll move it a little. Yeah, so still waiting for the press conference. Okay, let me see if, no confirmation yet, but it'll inevitably happen. What other nice games there were? I believe at group stage there've been some, for sure. Like Vidit won 2 games, Rapot won 2 games against Vidit, and then Anish, won a couple of games. Must have been a lot of interesting. There was a huge surprise, Hari Krishna losing with white in like less than 20 moves.
That's in the game 1 with Hugo against Hugo. Yeah.
A very, very cute tactic by Andreikin in round 1 against Krishuk.
And this Queenie 1.
Yeah,
that
was so like, winning the contest of, the ugliest tactic.
Right.
Okay, not the ugly, the tactic itself is beautiful, but like it looked his position that everything is randomly thrown at the board, and then all of a sudden this piece is fine, kind of a very strange harmony. So that was impressive.
And as we said, he sacrificed 2 queens. I mean, in this tournament
in the group
twice.
stage, yeah.
So it's also very impressive. Yeah.
In the group stage, 2 queen sacrifices.
Yeah.
Right, so, well, Sam Shantland had a good tournament, and it was, in a way we could say he got a bit unlucky.
Yeah, it's
at least
very unfortunate,
not to be involved in the tiebreak,
Right.
But it's always like this, when you have 16 players and like most of them, let's say, are contenders, if not all of them are contenders to win the event, then of course someone has to underperform and someone has to be disappointed.
Yeah.
All right, so one more time, thanks for watching. We are signing off, but you guys have all the reasons to stay for the interview with Richard Rapot, where he'll explain the last game. Maybe we'll be asked a few questions about how this tournament went and what he thinks about the victory in Belgrade.
Hello everyone, we are joined by Grandmaster Richard Rapot, who just won his game against Grandmaster Dmitry Andreikin and won the FIDE Grand Prix in Belgrade. Congratulations, Richard, very good game.
Thanks.
According to Chess by the Numbers, the Twitter account, right now you have 98% chance to reach the candidates. How do you feel about that?
Well, the game just ended, so I am obviously overwhelmed. It's always an incredible feeling to win a final game, especially when it's a knockout event. So usually when you win a knockout event final game, usually you win the thing. I'm extremely happy, but about the candidates, I feel like mathematically it's still possible for me not to qualify, which knowing myself is a real possibility. On the other hand, of course, I don't really care. I mean, I gave my all here in Belgrade, where I live, by the way. So I finally, after having so many good memories with the city, I couldn't afford to have a bad one, right?
Yeah, of course. Could you please tell us about some crucial moments in this game? Because it was really crazy one, and at some point you decided to deny repetition to play for win.
Actually, so let's go from the beginning. Okay, he went for a6, and I went a3, which is kind of a half nonsense move. Half serious because I am kind of mirroring him, but it had some ideas actually. So he went, I think things were pretty reasonable until here, and here I decided to go for over ambitious plan with bishop e5. I think it's fine if I just go knight f3. I don't know. knight c6 and I develop. It's
like
just
like this,
I can even take and bishop d3 or just bishop e2. It's different strategies. Like for instance, here he would go c4, but then my a3 is useful, or I can take on c5. So instead I went bishop e5, which is very forcing. Bishop e6, and here maybe it was better to go g3 or knight e2, knight c6, and here g3 was probably better. And after g3, I wasn't sure. Like he can try to gain my bishop on e5 with something like knight e4, and f6 later on, and I can decide to sacrifice it. For instance, bishop g2, f6, bishop f4. Okay, it's a bit long. Yeah, let's say here. Okay, or maybe first to take. Sorry, takes, and then I take, and now f6, bishop f4. Let's say and g5, and just to sack the bishop, like castles. Gf knight f4, and this is definite compensation. But of course, in such a game, I was not trusting myself probably enough to do this. So yeah, g3 was definitely an option. After g3, he can play solid bishop d6, but then I think I'm just a bit better. So I went knight f4, which is not so precise. He did, I think, well. He took twice, queen takes d4, bishop d6, and here the drama started to hit in slowly, because here I think bishop e2, I'm just a little bit better. Probably nothing extraordinary, but fine position. So I went g3, rook c8 is strong, and here of course my last, normal move was knight takes e6, which I did in the game later on. F takes, bishop h3, but queen e7, he's fine, yeah.
Queen e7, yeah.
Yeah, of course. For instance, he's completely fine. It's normal position. But I went rook d1, and suddenly things got pretty much out of hand here. And he could also have taken on f4, but queen a5 also extremely unpleasant. And here I decided, of course, out of desperation, to just admit that my mental level wasn't too high at this point, and just to play rook c1, which I played last move rook d1. So it doesn't take a genius to understand that this is not so good for white here. So castles, knight takes e6, pawn takes, bishop h3. I just need to be on time to develop, otherwise things can get really nasty. King f7, castles. Where is this? Okay, I will just go like this.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, this is my usual jam. So king f7, castles. Okay, rook c4 is very forcing, so there's not much to add. Here, bishop e5 also pretty forcing, knight e2. And here this was, I think, first critical-ish moment in the game. Like I took rook takes c4, I was thinking to play rook b1. Also was an option, and just to try to hold on to the rooks and play for f4, knight d4. And the position is actually very concrete, because f4 is such a big threat with following up with knight d4. So maybe this was a better option, I don't know. Like I felt like this was maybe more principled. But after for some consideration, I decided to trade on c4 instead. And here the problem was that I originally intended f4. Bishop takes b2 is only move. Rook to b1. And here he can just trade everything. For instance, I don't know, like takes here. Takes.
Yeah, and
check.
Rook b7.
Yeah, and here he just moves with the king. I don't know. Maybe
somewhere.
And the a pawn is pretty strong. Yeah, so it's like I'm collecting g7 and d6, but bishop c5, a5, and I don't really see how I'm stopping this pawn. So this was my original idea, but I couldn't really make it work. So I played before. Queen a4 is strong because he wants some communication with the rook and queen c2 or rook c2. And knight f4 I think is almost like only move. Trade is forced. Takes queen c6. So this was the first strange moment in the game. Like I went here. Like I was expecting a draw, let's say, with rook e4, queen d2, rook c4, and I don't really see what can I do, because he has an amazing structure, right? He just needs to dominate my pieces. My only play is against the king, that I get active somehow, and so I was expecting something like this, and he's threatening with g6 and my bishop to block, then knight e4. So I feel like queen e3 is logical, and not much to say. And yeah, queen e3 is a kind of an annoying move, because like I'm threatening with queen e5, so like he has to deal with it somehow. But he went knight e4, which is like way more ambitious. But like f3, and here only move is to repeat, right? So it's not like more ambitious, it's just a very strange sequence actually. So rook c3. Okay, first here it's important to add that queen e1 seems to be winning, because if the knight moves, I take on e6, for instance. I don't know, and he cannot take it back. But he has queen b6 check, king moves, and rook e3. And actually, tables are turning, and knight c3, and I'm totally dominated. So queen d4 was, oops, sorry, again. Okay, we'll just go like this. Yeah, queen d4 was played, and rook c4. So we are repeating moves here.
Yeah,
and
we
then,
were thinking like you are going to sign a draw.
Yeah,
Very soon.
that would have been a reasonable decision because I went down to 2 minutes. But then I decided, well, I don't know how to put it. I decided to take my destiny into my own hands, let's put it this way, and gamble a little bit. Maybe this is the most accurate way of putting it, because of course I couldn't see all the lines till the end, and nor do I believe that white should be winning here, or, I mean, objectively. But queen e5, I played this very forcing, and knight d2 is only move, f5. And here already first interesting moment, queen b6 check or knight takes f1. Queen b6 check is very tricky. I have to go king h1, captures, pawn takes check. And here, ironically speaking, king e8 loses, like in the game it wasn't, because of this check, and I'm picking up the rook. Like king d8 is queen takes d5.
Yeah, just to show to our viewers,
yes,
like you're collecting this rook, yeah?
Just completely.
It's working, yeah.
So, but king g8 is the move. And we were discussing this after the game. Of course, I can perpetual, I think, I mean, I don't think I'm in danger if I take also, like, because I have rook c1, let's say, yeah, it's not working. Because king e7 maybe, and takes king g2, king h3. So I don't think I'm in danger after bishop takes f1, but also I don't see the win for white. This was one option. And also like e7, oops, sorry, king g8. Yep, so e7 was a very interesting line, but knight takes g3 check. This, and here actually I initially thought white is winning, but I blundered this check. It's very unpleasant, yes.
Ah, okay,
and
very nice
F7.
one.
Yeah, king f7, and he's on time. So like I cannot play this, so probably this was fine for him, queen b6 check. Of course, this is not so easy to see when you are play, like 10 moves.
Yeah, like 10 minutes.
Best, yeah.
You had only
so
10
knight
minutes.
takes f1 also and check, and here king e7. It was something that I wasn't sure about, but I take, and it's a really crazy line. King d6, check, king c7. I think is only move, and e7. And now I'm threatening, I mean, it's lucky for me because I'm not threatening to queen actually, I'm threatening with queen d8, checkmate, right? But check, and maybe, I mean, this actually I realized only like during the, like later on, like maybe in this position, the same idea what he tried to sacrifice the rook is going to work because my queen is not on the diagonal. So I think,
okay, yeah.
Like, but okay, this is, I mean, of course, you can be very smart about this after the game, but during the game,
to calculate,
yeah, during the game you just calculate king e2. He will not be able to mate me because I'm attacking the rook with next move, so there is no perpetual, and then something happens. But probably like rook e1 check, here withdraws, right? Because the queen is misplaced.
Ah, okay, very nice idea.
Yeah, and so okay, whatever. Let's just you do this trick. So we were here. Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem.
My lack of technical
magical touch.
Ability. Yeah. So queen b6 check, king takes f1, and suddenly I believe. Okay, I'm not. First of all, I'm not risking anything. Like I was very low on time, and of course it's hard to be in such a situation. Like you said, okay, I was not only playing to win the tournament, but also playing to have this 98% of.
Reaching the candidates.
Yeah. So it's just hard, but on the other hand, I figured that I'm not risking anything. For instance, like check here, like maybe here queen d6 or something. I don't know, just to move. I can play bishop to f5, and he has no checks against my king.
Yeah, because c2 is protected.
Yeah, he has like 0 checks. My queen is amazingly placed, and okay, I have this 2 pawns. So even materially, actually, I'm up. I mean, I don't say like I would like to trade queens or something, but just that I am not actually. I can always perpetual him if something goes really wrong. So he went for rook e1, which is of course first of all it's kind of desperate, but second of all it's kind of reasonable because it's kind of a gamble. He has, of course, we were both on second, so and there is no idea for basically for black to hold on. I mean to the rook, right? Because after move 40 I will just be probably winning. So he goes for rook e1 check, which is either draw, either just loses on the spot. But luckily for me, of course, I couldn't see it in advance. In this position, after the checks, I have this idea. Okay, I repeated once, and king a1, and king a1, and now he would need to give. Basically, the idea is that this is okay for him, and here, like in the game, funnily he went queen f1 check, so he would need to go queen f1 check without my bishop protecting the square. So, for instance, the idea was that if he would play here king a1 check, the difference is that I go to a2, and now he would need to go queen c4 check, which is not allowed by the rules, and queen c2, queen b2, and I'm covering all the checks, and of course.
And after queen c4,
just king a1, yeah.
Yeah, and there is no check.
And I'm covering all the checks, and okay, I have 2 pawns and the bishop, so that doesn't hurt. So yeah, it was very tense game, let's put it this way, and I, of course, clearly wasn't my best games ever, nor probably best game from this tournament, but usually these last round games when both players are trying, to achieve something are ending, at least in my experience, are bringing such a struggle, yeah, so of course I'm extremely happy that, I got...
Yeah, we can see that you are happy, so congratulations. And my final question, how are you going to celebrate?
I have no idea yet. Of course, I would like to thank my wife, of course, and because basically, I didn't really have a big team of people. Of course, some friends were writing to me throughout the tournament, but she was there with me from step one, basically, and already for a very long time. And finally, we did it. So, yes. So I guess I will celebrate with her, and yeah, we'll see.
Then congratulations once again, and thank you very much for joining us. Our guest was Grandmaster Richard Rapport. And one more thing, after 1 minute we'll have a press conference, so please stay with us. Thank you.
No energy too.
All right, good evening. We have Richard Rapport here with us, who just finished showing his game, his victory over Dmitry Andreikin, which sealed his first place here in Belgrade and sealed his place as the winner of the second leg of the Grand Prix. Richard, thank you again for doing this interview. Congratulations on your victory. First of all, how are you feeling now?
Well, it's hard to describe, actually. Obviously, I'm very relieved. Of course, lots of happy emotions combined. The game was extremely tense, and without a tense game, these moments even at the end, like of course I know I'm completely winning for I don't know 15 minutes, but still you're never sure because it's so important. You're doubting yourself. So I was extremely glad when finally it was sealed. Let's put it this way.
So when Dmitry shook your hand, what was the feeling that very moment? Like, did you feel like a weight fell off your chest, or?
You know, I actually was thinking before the game as a strategy, because the first game was kind of, okay, I don't know what is the word, maybe soft from his part, like he was very solid with white, didn't really test me in any real way. So I figured he would like to go for tie breaks, and I decided as a strategy to go kind of all the way today. Obviously this is kind of ironic because I got a worse position, I think, after like 20th move, so it kind of backfired. But mentally I was ready for any scenario really, and therefore, you know, my first thoughts should have been something like, yeah, it was a good idea, or something like that. And also, like, of course, I know how it is to watch for people, for the very few who really care for me. Like my wife, for instance, I was very glad that, you know, I did it, and I hope she's proud or she's happy for it, because we had, you know, lots of challenges throughout my career and everything, and for the first time really ever, like some bigger result, let's say, happened, and it happened here in Belgrade. But this is still not, you know, my favorite thing about Belgrade. Yeah.
Well, you're the native of Belgrade now for what, 7 years now, so it's a victory at home, so to speak.
Yeah, of course. No, I actually throughout the event I didn't feel like a native actually, because I felt somehow like from some minor incidents and situations with organization and such, I really felt like, you know, they were trying so hard not to be you know, I don't know, impartial towards, you know, that they actually achieved, and I felt like I had a bit of a minus, let's say, for playing from here and things like this. But at the end of the day, yeah, I like living here, and I'm very happy that, you know, the tournament took place here, and I managed to have won it overall. But of course, you know, as a chess player, I travel all around the world and have different. Usually, for me, trips are connected to events and results. So of course, you have favorite places, but usually they connect to, you know, when you play well or when you have a nice time. So for me, Belgrade actually will not be influenced by this event, as funny as it is, even though this is probably the biggest success of my career up to date. But it will still be influenced by, you know, my love, my marriage, my life, really. Yeah? So I'm just very happy that, you know, this overall beautiful picture wasn't ruined by chess. Let's put it
you
this
just
way.
added something to it.
Yeah.
A jewel in the crown, so to speak. Let me just get back to your love and your wife, if you don't mind. I've noticed in the elevator when we were coming down to the game, we were in the same elevator, and you and your wife were holding hands and kind of comforting each other just before the round started. How important is she as support for you, and who is your biggest support?
Yeah, she's my only support actually. So you can name. I mean, you know, I have to thank her for everything, for putting up with me. I am very difficult. On normal days as well, but during tournaments I think it, you know, it goes to 100 times or something like this, the volume, and that she put up with me and she handled the stress. And of course I know how it is because she's also a chess player, so sometimes and she plays chess and I'm watching her games, and you know, I wish I was, you know, there to help her, to guide her, and I can only imagine how it is when, you know, she knows how much I work on chess and everything, and sees me making enormous mistakes, and it's extremely stressful. And I'm just very glad, you know, that at the end, let's put it this way, I got the luckier compared to Dmitry.
You were luckier. Just getting back to the game briefly, when you made that move e5, I don't know if you were Queen e5. Sorry, we were all watching. You had 11 minutes on your clock, then down to 2 minutes. For us who don't know much about chess, the computer was showing that it was completely zero. So it was a question whether you should do a repetition of moves or something. And yet it seems that to us you've shown that computers don't actually, you know, their evaluations, for once at least, in this game, don't mean much.
You know, Queen E5, I mean, that moment in the game was basically what, like I referred to it already before the game, it was a result of a mindset. Because I wasn't really afraid of tie breaks. Even though Dmitry is extremely strong in playoffs, I believe. But I was just thinking that I would like to have my chances in classical. and that was if you will, the stepping stone where I was to decide, because I could claim a draw basically with queen e3 even without making the move. And I played queen e5, which of course I couldn't calculate till the end, and if you look at it with the engine, it's just the same good move. But it poses problems for the both of us to solve, me included, with very little time. So it was kind of a gamble. Of course, now you look at it and you can say, okay, it was let's say an easy draw for him and he made a mistake, or I wasn't risking anything, but I think none of us really knew what's the evaluation. And I just made this, I just took this leap of faith, if you will, just purely, from sporting point of view or whatever it's.
Well, they say luck favors the brave, so
yeah,
you were brave
yeah.
in that case. And let me ask you, you said, talking about your life as a chess player, that it's difficult and to bear with you with all your moments of being nervous and tense and the volume. Are chess players difficult people?
I don't really know many, actually. My wife is not so difficult, actually, as she looks. She looks difficult from the outside, but from the inside, I think she's an angel. So, and others I don't really know. I mean, I'm not so close with them on daily basis. I have friends, of course, but most of my closer friends, let's put it this way, are not from chess. So, but I guess so. I mean, chess, as a profession which requires you to accept all its ups and downs. Like for instance, Dimitri, obviously he fought, which was reasonable, I believe, that it will be a draw after queen e3, and he will play tiebreaks. And then, I don't know, 10 minutes later he's in enormous stress, and 15 minutes later it's all over for him. And he has to adjust, to this. I mean, it's a very hard profession with all this. So I guess and like I've said earlier in earlier interviews, the prize money and generally the rewards are not as high as I believe, in other similar sports when everything is on the line for minutes and seconds, and it's all one man versus man or woman versus woman with limited time and everything. So yeah, it's very stressful life, and I believe because of this, most of us might have some flaws in character, which of course you wouldn't have, or they wouldn't be so. Let's put it this way: they wouldn't be so highlighted if you had a stable or more stable job, a more stable profession.
Obviously, you live in an unstable environment, both geographically and in terms of your professional choice. But one thing that's brought certainty more to chess is the computers, which have sort of improved our knowledge and understanding of the game. But as in this game and in others, you proved to be a very creative player and going beyond the computer. Do you think we put too much trust in computers nowadays when it comes to chess?
I don't think so, but the thing is that actually my games, let's say, as well reflect, like, I play this move, let's say queen e5. Obviously, if it was an engine game, maybe it just wouldn't be played, because they would see that every continuation is, triple zeros. So what's the point? But where a human touch comes in, unfortunately, is mostly the mistakes. And that's why I believe it's not so entertaining to commentate on chess or to keep it chess as it used to be. Because, I believe in before the pre-computer era, when two very strong players were playing, and they were doing exactly the same as we are doing now, making mistakes, making blunders, making brilliant moves, and being nervous all about it. But no one really knew that except the other distinguished colleagues, right? And today you just go to a site, or you turn on or even a remotely weak computer, let's say on an iPad or a phone, and next thing you know almost everything about the game, and you're just basically speaking, cheering or anticipating a blunder, a mistake. Or you are hoping for, the guy not making a mistake, which I think kind of ruins the whole experience itself. So yeah, I think this is the major factor. It's very hard to sell something where everyone knows the truth already, except the people who are doing it, compared to something where, someone does something in limited time and you can immediately appreciate its genius by the fact that you know that no one could have done it. Yeah. But with chess and with engines, right, it's always there in your back of your head, and you think, okay, but how hard was it really? Yeah? And as a commentator, of course, people's job, I believe, should be to explain how hard it is really. But it's very hard. It's a very thin line. One day you wake up and everything seems easy. The next day your mind doesn't work, and the simplest things can cause you problems. But yeah, I think it's kind of changed in chess, not in a good way. Yeah.
All right. And so, in terms of your immediate plans, what will you do now?
Well, tonight a big celebration, I guess.
How will you celebrate?
I would rather not enclose that in person.
All right.
But after that, yeah, I will actually go to Hungary. I wouldn't say home, but to Hungary to visit my siblings and my family for quite some time to take some rest, everything. So I believe that's next for me. Yeah.
And finally, let me just ask you this. Many of the people watching this, they have kids, they want to introduce them to chess, they want them to, they look up, they need an idol to look up to someone. What would be your advice to people who are trying to put their kids into chess? What are the mistakes to avoid and the best steps to make?
I'm not the biggest advocate for people start playing chess in general. So my answer might be a bit depressing, but I believe you have to be sure. You have to, as a parent, have to reconsider and understand all these possible flaws or downsides, because you can make a certain living from being an elite player, but of course there are no guarantees that you are going to be an elite player. Like there are no guarantees in any field in life that you are going to make it to the top. And then next question is, of course, is that the level of living or style of living sufficient or for your hopes for your children? And then of course all these things combined, it's a hard decision. But I think it's this decision best to be made immediately. On the other hand, I do believe that when you talk introducing kids or children to chess on a hobby basis, it's a brilliant thing. I think it's an amazing game. It has lots of moments, interesting. You can watch live interesting games and have a really fulfilling time. Maybe more fulfilling than playing other computer games or watching other sport events. I don't know. This is just my opinion. But of course, when you're set out to conquer the highest highs of the chess world, that's a different story. And I would just caution people to think about it more than once. Let's put it this way: is it really worth it for them and from where they come from? Yeah, which is different for all of us.
Well, thank you very much for this and for this interview. Thank you for the wonderful games. And just one note before you celebrate too much tonight, tomorrow at noon is the closing ceremony, so you'll have to just remember to get there. Well, thank you so much for everything, for the lovely games. Congratulations, the best of luck to you. And we're really happy that you are here in Belgrade and you won this tournament. Congratulations once again. Thank you.